1,000 years ago, around the year 1000 AD, the Middle East was as economically developed as Europe. They had similar commercial institutions and similar commerce. And yet, over the next few centuries, Europe and the rest of the world shot ahead, while the Middle East remained mired in old ways of doing things. Around the middle of the 19th century, these countries started to claw their way back, but the question remained, why had they fallen back in the first place? Your guesses might well align with the common explanations that are offered. One line of thinking says that the region was hostile to commerce. Another line of thinking says that Islam discourages innovation. A third line of thinking, championed by the historian Bernard Lewis, is that Islam lacked curiosity about the West. All of these are untrue. For the real reason, turn back to the year 1000. Not only is the Middle East doing well economically, but its society is actually more progressive than Europe at the time. For example, in Europe, daughters inherited nothing when their father died, and in much of Europe, the older sons got everything and no one else did. In the Middle East, the wealth was spread out more equitably, and though daughters got less than sons, they did get a share. The Middle East also came up with another great innovation, institutions called waqfs, which amounted to a voluntary private provision of public goods. Let me say that again. A voluntary private provision of public goods. Sounds fantastic, doesn't it? But through a series of unintended consequences, which can only make sense in hindsight, these progressive inheritance laws and these innovative institutions became the unexpected reason that the Middle East fell behind. This is an incredible story and is a reason you ought to listen to this full conversation and read all of Timur Kuran's books. I know I sound like BuzzFeed when I say this, but hey, this will blow your mind.
Welcome to The Seen and the Unseen, our weekly podcast on economics, politics, and behavioral science. Please welcome your host, Amit Varma.
Welcome to The Seen and the Unseen. My guest today is Timur Kuran, a great scholar whose name you've surely heard if you're a regular listener of this show. Time and again, over the years, I've referred to his phrase, preference falsification. He's been a useful frame for me to understand the world. Well, I got a pleasant surprise a few weeks ago when I launched my new video podcast, Everything is Everything, co-hosted by Ajay Shah. Ajay used to be a student of Timur, and after our first episode went on air, Timur sent me a Twitter DM, a long Twitter DM, very generously praised our show and the kind of dialogue we had. Well, I took the chance, invited him on The Seen and the Unseen, and here he is. And I'm so glad I did so, not only because I got to have this conversation, but because it drove me to read two of his other books, The Long Divergence and Freedom Delayed. They're both masterpieces, full of sharp and nuanced insight about the Middle East and about Islam. You'll hear a lot about those books in the second half of the show, and before that, we spoke about Timur's life as a scholar, his great book Private Truths, Public Lies, and his love for stamps. That's right. He's passionate about ancient postage stamps, and that alone indicates that this is a man driven by love and curiosity in equal measure. My kind of man. Listen in, but before we start the conversation, let's take a quick commercial break. Hey, the music started and this sounds like a commercial, but it isn't. It's a plea from me to check out my latest labor of love, a YouTube show I am co-hosting with my good friend, the brilliant Ajay Shah. We've called it Everything is Everything. Every week, we'll speak for about an hour on things we care about, from the profound to the profane, from the exalted to the everyday. We range widely across subjects and we bring multiple frames with which we try to understand the world. Please join us on our journey and please support us by subscribing to our YouTube channel at youtube.com/Amit Varma, AMITVARMA. The show is called Everything is Everything. Please do check it out. Timur, welcome to The Seen and the Unseen.
Well, thank you very much for inviting me.
It's a great honor to have you on the show, partly because, for a long time, in fact, this podcast is 7 years old, and even before this, I have been sort of talking about preference falsification and your book, Private Truths, Public Lies, to people as a way of explaining a lot of what has happened in India, not just the historical stuff that you've written about in the book, but current politics, and as a frame, I've just found it so useful. So I'm really looking kind of forward to learning much more from this conversation. But before we start, I'm really curious about what there is of you outside of academics and the things that you study, all of which we'll speak about. But I will go on to ask you about your childhood and where you grew up and all that. But first of all, I was fascinated to learn that you've, co-authored volume 1 of a 3-volume micro-history of the Turkish postal stamps, and collecting stamps is one of your passions. Tell me a little bit about that. How did that start?
Well, it started when I was 5 years old. I started collecting these colorful labels that were on envelopes. I hadn't even learned how to read and write, and I was sorting them by color at the time, the red stamps and green stamps and so on. That quickly developed as I learned how to read and write into a worldwide stamp collection. And I remained a collector of postal stamps through, I would say, graduate school, though it slowed down considerably during when I was studying university and then went to graduate school. But after I got my PhD, the hobby for me broadened into collecting cards with impressed stamps on them. Very soon after that, I got interested in revenue stamps, which are stamps that countries all over the world, including India, issued as a means of taxation. And of course, there were stamps for liquor taxes, for court taxes, you name it. There were different kinds of stamps. I started collecting these for the Ottoman Empire and Republic of Turkey. And by the time I was in my early 30s, I was looking for documents with these revenue stamps, and also collecting postal stationery, which are these cards with impressed stamps. That book you mentioned is the first volume of a trilogy that I prepared with a fellow collector of just one of my 40 plus collections, my postal stationery collection, which is a world-class collection. But I have now about 40 volumes, 40 different collections, all involving the Ottoman Empire and Republic of Turkey, mostly legal documents and commercial documents going back to the early 19th century and roughly to about 2015, which is where I stop. And it is, I'm told by collectors of Turkey and the Ottoman Empire that my collections in the aggregate form the largest collection existing now of this kind, and that it is probably the largest ever put together. And I'm considering donating this entire collection. I'm very actively building on it right now, and I'm hoping that it will that I can place it at some major university library. So that it survives, it gets digitized for scholars and for people who are interested generally, and that that the documents themselves survive for scholars to study.
No, I find it so mind-blowing because when I was a kid, I knew stamp collectors and, one would see stamps all the time because you lived in an age where you're dealing with the mail. But I'm just thinking more than half the people in the world today have perhaps never used an actual stamp in their life. And that makes it so fascinating. I want to ask you a question. In one of the early chapters of Private Truth's Public Lies, you talk about differences in generalities at one point in a completely different context, but I want to talk about it in this one. And you say, quote, where differences fascinate, says Stephen Jay Gould, generalities instruct. Anyone who has seen a tiger and a leopard knows that one is striped and the other spotted. It is a general theory, the theory of natural evolution, that accounts for the origins and stability of this intriguing difference, stop quote. And as you were talking, I was thinking that, many people collect many things. It is, your particular collection of a particular kind of what would almost now be an artifact of the past, so postal stamps and revenue stamps, that sets you apart. But that instinct for collection is often there. People will collect playing cards or they'll collect coins or whatever. And what is your general theory behind this? Why do people do this? Because at one level, it feels incredibly irrational that you can do so many, quote unquote, productive things with your time, but one collects things. And I will also do extremely irrational things and go down all kinds of rabbit holes which have no practical purpose for me. So, where do you think that it comes from? And, is it that once you collect, you get interested and you like doing something, and once you do it to a certain extent, it has a momentum of its own and you kind of keep going, and, it's a combination of the sunk cost fallacy. I've spent so much time doing this, and you become more in love as you know more and more. So I'm interested in just that general theory of what can make some of us so obsessive.
So I think that there are two factors. One of them is the one you mentioned, which is that it is an obsession. You start seeing things as you start collecting. You start seeing things that other people don't see. You see patterns that people are unaware of. The uninitiated are unaware of, that you were not aware of when you started collecting. You start noticing that in your legal documents that or in your commercial documents that certain families are very dominant at a certain time. You can see that certain families disappear once the founder of a big business dies or retires, the business disappears. You also see dynasties, and so a particular document that you find that has perhaps gives you information about a new member of a family may be immensely valuable to you at an auction. You might be willing to bid a great deal for it. Even though it will look it's meaningless, just an ordinary receipt or an ordinary contract, of which thousands, tens of thousands can be found. And the deeper you go, the more patterns you recognize, the more interesting information you find. So part of it is that. Another part of it, which I think, which comes into play with serious collectors and for collectors with intellectual interests and who are also learning about history, learning about the present by looking at documents, as is the case with my collections. Another important factor is that it feeds information into our research, and some of it is reflected in works that I've published, including The Long Divergence and Freedoms Delayed. And there is so much more information in the collections that I have that I could write many more books solely based on information in these collections. And one of the reasons why I don't want this collection to get sold and divided is that if I cannot write these books, which I probably won't unless I live to age 300, I would like other people to use this information. And knowing that these documents were not just collected randomly, there were all sorts of things that I saw in them that they do collectively give us an enormous amount of information. So, but these things, of course, feed on each other. When I buy documents, I learn things from them, and the new things that I have learned and the connections I have made to patterns I've learned about from the literature just make me want to expand the collection in a new direction. So I've had many collections that have been spawned by another collection. This is how I got from 2-3 collections to 40 right now. I have a huge collection on the insurance market, the very early insurance contracts in the Ottoman Empire, the first foreign companies that came in, the insurance policies they issued, the correspondence concerning insurance, the religious communications by religious officials on the acceptability of insurance and whether it constitutes gambling and all sorts of things which are immensely interesting to me. If I had the time, I could write a book on insurance, the emergence of the insurance industry in the Ottoman Empire and Turkey, which would shed enormous light on how the concepts came to the region, to the Middle East, and what were some of the reasons why some communities started using formal insurance earlier than others, and similar questions.
In a sense, even if your collection stays together, whoever you give it to, I feel that for you in bringing it up, there are all these stories and narratives that have built up in your head that are associated with perhaps each individual item of the collection. I just feel it's kind of heartbreaking that there's no way to, just take maybe a download of your brain and kind of collect all of those. I was fascinated reading one of the books, probably The Long Divergence. You spoke about how you read thousands of old documents, figuring out how partnerships worked in the years 1000 to 1100 to that period of time. And I was just thinking that, like, my God, there's so much concrete material that must be making the lives of people real for you. And that brought me to a question that I've kind of wondered about as the years pass in my own life, that when we are young, when we are 20, like, time seems appears to us in a very different way. Someone who's 40 seems really old when we are 20 years old. A 50-year period of time seems like an enormously long period of time and an era itself. But over time, as we age ourselves, and especially as we study history, as you've done in such depth, I would imagine that all of it compresses, that you realize that events that seem to be in the distant past aren't really that far away, that time does pass really quickly, and so much of what happens was never meant to be. They were just accidents and contingencies. And I wonder if that also makes you look at the current time differently, where not only can you better understand your correct times, but you also know how so many of the things that we take so seriously are kind of so fleeting. So the broader question here is just your perspective on the passing of time itself. You're an economist, you're a political scientist. I would consider you a historian as well, and we'll talk about the multidisciplinary nature of what you do. But, does all of this study of history change that, and does it change your approach to the world? And, when you look back 40 years when, you were a young scholar, what has changed between the way you looked at the world then and, what you've learned since?
So what studying history has done to me, and how it has changed my perspective and how I interpret the present. It's a wonderful question. It definitely has had an effect in that I tend to, even looking at current phenomena such as the polarization in the United States, the wokeness at universities, I tend to see these as phenomena that are going to have long-term impacts, and that they will generate reactions that will prove many current initiatives to have been counterproductive. In the case of wokeness, I'll use this as an example because it's close to my heart. I work at a university. I see this around me. I see this in journals and anything that touches higher education. There is a great deal of discontent, and I would say the discontent there is. I sense that it exists even with people who are quite far to the left in terms of their politics. I know people who have retired early because they feel they can no longer write honestly, they can no longer teach honestly, say the philosophy department, or in a subject that just requires supposing things that are perhaps vile, but let's discuss why we consider it violent. Could there be? Can one construct an argument that would justify it? Of course, these are the kinds of things that in philosophy classes is done routinely. I took philosophy when I was in college, and the professor would put on the board some crazy concept and ask us to discuss it. It's not possible to do this with many controversial issues. You would get cancelled. You would cause a big scandal the moment you put something. A vile comment on the board. Well, these kinds of excesses are generating resentments, widespread resentments that will generate a reaction. And the reaction may take the form of state governments or the federal government imposing all sorts of rules on academia to curb these excesses that will destroy the American university system as we know it. Another problem with universities that I see is the lack of what many people call viewpoint diversity or intellectual diversity. Even though 50% of the population, roughly, depending on the election, somewhere around that, supports the conservative party, the Republican Party. They are very highly unrepresented in the ranks of faculty. Their ideas are not taught. This will probably have a long-term impact. It is reducing the legitimacy of American universities, the whole higher education system, in the eyes of half the population. This is not good in terms of the long-term viability of universities. And I think that many people who sincerely believe in one part or another part, or maybe in its entirety, of the woke agenda, are not thinking in terms of the long-term impact of what they are doing. They're not willing to compromise at all at the moment, and in the process, they're probably doing great harm to their own causes. And it would be a terrible development if states start imposing even more rules on higher education, started to regulate state universities and private universities more tightly, because professors would lose their intellectual freedoms, their academic freedoms generally. So knowing history and seeing how over periods of 10, 20, 30, 40 years, maybe longer, pressures can build up and then lead to a major transformation. This gives you a longer perspective, and you can't help but seeing what's happening in terms of the impact it's going to have, not just on an upcoming election, not just on how a particular search at a university is going to end up, or what the ethnic composition of next year's class is going to be, but you start seeing the longer-term effects of all of these policies that are generating resentments very broadly.
Yeah, and how these can play out in the long run is, one gets a sense of that in both the sort of, the long divergence and freedoms relayed in terms of how little institutional differences can have such a massive impact on societies. I have a two-part question for you, and one of them is this: while Private Truths, Public Lies came out in '95, and yet in it one could sort of find so many glimpses of the presence. For example, at one point you write about college campuses. You say, quote, many free speech advocates who were quick to condemn the McCarthyism of the 1950s were promoting efforts to deny a public forum to speakers whose views they found offensive, such as eugenicists and representatives of the PLO. Stop quote. And similarly, there is sort of a drift to extremism that we see today. And I have two questions. And question number one is that, the entire American university system and academia seems to always have been in the sway of a leftward tilt. Like, of course, there is that old cliche about how if you're not a communist at 18, you don't have a heart. If you're not a capitalist at 25, you don't have a brain. Something to that effect. So there has always been that leftward tilt, and to some extent, I get why, because that is where, you want to feel virtuous, you are attracted by rhetoric of social justice and all of that, and you haven't yet intellectually grokked how the world really works, and how intention doesn't always translate to particular kinds of outcome. But that's sort of my first question, that why do we have this kind of tilt? And my other second related question is that, do you think that there is a greater attraction towards extremism? Like, I think today it is certainly one of the mechanics of social media, the way it polarizes and allows you to create echo chambers, and incentivizes signaling games within those echo chambers where you're getting more and more extreme to win more and more brownie points from your ideological tribe. I can see why that might drive you towards extremism, but equally, you've pointed out in your books that even when you look at the schisms within Islam itself, the recent ones were all sort of schisms that took it in a more extreme direction towards more strictness, and there wasn't a schism that brought about a more liberal, in the sense that we understand it, a classical liberal freedom-oriented kind of strain, though those interpretations definitely exist. So is there a natural drift always towards something stricter and more extreme?
So I think there will be a movement toward the extremes when checks and balances don't exist. And we well-functioning political systems have checks and balances that disrupt this process and allow more moderate voices to be heard, to exist, to develop coalitions with others. When we start dismantling checks and balances, it becomes easier to move to extremes. So I think this is one factor. You're absolutely right that universities have always had leftward tilt, and I think this has a lot to do with the fact that most people at universities are young, and it's before I myself was a leftist as a college student, and I realized that I had some of the reasons I had for admiring leftist movements were very naive. I didn't understand how markets worked. I didn't understand. I wasn't paying attention. Maybe the evidence was there. I wasn't paying attention to the various harms they were doing to their excesses. But anyway, I think it's natural for young people to be attracted to social justice ideas. Of course, no generation finds a perfect world. There are always things that can be fixed, things that can be improved, and it's natural when you first start thinking about politics as a teenager and in your 20s to think that things will get better if only you bring in the proper people, and if you bring in the idealists and you change this policy or that policy, you realize that it's a lot more complicated as you get older, as you get more educated, as you start thinking about issues. So I think that is definitely the case, but there are times and places where universities have, at least the student body is dominated by people on the left, and even the faculty has a leftward tilt, but where moderate voices can speak. I think that when certain checks and balances disappear, and these may just be norms that have been followed and reproduced generation after generation, when one generation decides that a particular cause is so important and that the stakes are so high that you can make an exception to that and you can shut people down. And when you start violating that norm, and in the case of universities, when people who shut down a particular kind of speaker or a speaker delivering a particular kind of message is shut down, you put yourself on a slippery slope. And when administrations go along with this and start embracing the idea that there are important microaggressions and you're not being inclusive if you allow certain ideas to be expressed because certain constituencies, campus constituencies, feel are offended. When you make an exception, you allow other groups to say, well, why aren't my feelings as important? And why should you allow a group, a speaker who's going to offend us? And of course, the administration then goes along with that, and before you know it, lots of speakers are being canceled. You have groups on campus that get organized to effectively wield veto power over who can be accepted, who can be invited, and who cannot be invited. And it's just a short path from there to one where the objectionable speakers don't even get invited. They don't even, nobody dreams in a department meeting where you're discussing who to invite. Nobody even dreams of recommending a particular speaker because that would tarnish the reputation of the person recommending it. So you drift toward extremism in this manner. Same with microaggressions. When you accept the notion that microaggressions can be so harmful that it can paralyze somebody, and you take them at their word when you say, I suffered a microaggression, and often people find it difficult even to define what that aggression was and what the offenders needed to do not to commit the microaggression. But when you accept that notion, again, you start encouraging other groups to claim that they're victims of microaggression. When you start giving groups that claim victimization, when you give them status on campus, you encourage victimization mentality. You encourage other groups that perhaps don't feel victimized and are perhaps quite privileged to start looking for ways in which they actually are victimized. You encourage people in their applications to the university in their essays to focus on how they have suffered, how they are victims. So it changes. These are all ways in which the culture of the campus starts drifting to an extreme, and you collectively, when you look at these processes, there's nothing left about it. There's nothing left. You essentially move to a situation where the way to get ahead is to perform, and to invent ways in which invent ways of convincing others that you are a victimized group. You change the entire culture. And then that has a momentum of its own, and it's difficult to get back to a point where the norm of allowing everybody to speak, the norm of interpreting actions, body language of others in the most charitable way, as opposed to the most horrendous way you can think of to interpret, a gesture, a word that they have used in the worst possible way. It's very difficult to get back to a norm, to get back to a series of norms that effectively respected everyone's right to speak, everybody's right to think independently, and you get a whole generation of students who have not seen what it is like to be in an environment where lots of views are expressed. There is genuine debate. People do so freely. People do so honestly. And everybody feels, even though they might be politically on the far left, or maybe center right, or maybe center left, or maybe they're just confused and they're still searching. They want to learn. An environment where everybody feels they can learn even from people they disagree with. When I was a student in college, as I said, I was on the left, and many of my friends were on the left. Yet we did have people who were on the right, and we listened to them. Collectively, we would go to hear somebody like William Buckley, who was a conservative, but he had a brilliant mind, and we would go just to be exposed to a brilliant mind. It didn't turn us instantly into conservatives, but we still learned, we discussed, we examined our reactions, and sometimes we changed our point of view. And this was part of an education process, and we saw it that way, and our professors encouraged us to be open-minded. Most professors, I should say. I think you're absolutely right about the extremism. I don't think it's inevitable, but it requires a lot of hard work to put that culture in place. And I'm afraid that the path back to what I would consider a liberal educational environment, and I'm using liberal in the sense of freedoms, intellectual freedoms, academic freedoms, freedoms to speak. The getting back there is going to be quite difficult, and it may involve a big reaction that even quite possibly dismantles the system of tenure at American universities, which is a huge source has been very beneficial, I think, in the past, in giving professors a sense that they can work on long-term projects without the fear of not performing in the next 12 months, lest they get a bad report and start a process that would end up in their getting fired, their being not renewed. It's a huge advantage in tenure. It also gives people the right to speak. The right to think independently and come up with theories that are perhaps not acceptable to the majority, but still, develop those ideas and teach them and discuss them with others.
What you said about tolerance and a broad diversity of thought being encouraged is very resonant with me. Like when I enter a conversation with anyone, my golden rule is always assume goodwill. And today it just seems to be the opposite, where everyone is looking for that gotcha moment. And one analog that I find here is, the blasphemy law in Pakistan, where in Pakistan, if you're accused of blasphemy, if you want to defend someone accused of blasphemy, you can't build an argument saying that person didn't really commit blasphemy. If you argue at all, you are automatically assumed to have blasphemed like that other person, right? And I find a similar thing happening where, there's a professor friend of mine in an American university who once said Charles Murray is so alt-right and racist and this and that. And I said, show me one sentence from any of his works, his actual works, not what someone has said about him, which backs it up. And of course, he couldn't find anything. But the very fact that somebody should defend Charles Murray immediately puts you beyond the pale. Or if you defend J.K. Rowling, for example, and say, look, she's not really transphobic, she's not at all transphobic, but it is automatically assumed that you are defending her, you must be a transphobe yourself. And I wonder why these sort of extreme ideologies are so appealing despite their extremism being so obvious. Like I remember Brian Kaplan once had an old post where he said that I can divide people into, three categories, and 80% of people are just conformists. They'll go along with whatever the dominant strand is, and 10% of the people are morally good. They will think on their own and they'll do whatever they feel is right. And 10% of the people are just morally vicious, and they will just go the other way and oppose the conformists for the heck of it. So the question is, in any given time, how do you identify who is really good? If the sort of the default trend in a society is that everyone is liberal and tolerant and all of those things, then you could say, 90% of people are good, the vast majority are great. And at a time where people seem to agree with the blasphemy law and cancel culture, and people are going to different extremes, not just on the left, also on the right. You have people going to all of these mad extremes, and it sort of makes me really despondent, because you begin to realize how few people are actually thinking for themselves and taking those stands. And even out of that vast majority, 80-90% of people who are conforming, there are so few who are kind of willing to speak up. And I was reading your books and I was wondering how you tackle these sort of fraught questions, for example, where everything is becoming more and more black and white. And, just your act of studying Islam, it seems so fraught with danger to me, because on one hand, of course, you have simplistic Islamophobes for whom you cannot say anything good about Islamic religion or society or whatever. And on the other hand, you have people for whom you must not question any aspect of Islam because you automatically assume to be an Islamophobe. And your books are full of such detail and nuance and so on and so forth. That did you ever feel the temptation to self-censor in some way? Did you ever think to yourself that, if I make this point, this particular camp could use it in this particular way? Did those sort of questions that are outside the study per se, did they affect you? What has been your experience with ideologies and politics in your time doing this?
Of course, the temptation is always there to soften your argument when the evidence points in one direction, to pretend that you haven't seen it. Of course, I've struggled with that. I personally experienced from the moment I actually started writing on Islam, which was after I graduated, after I got my doctorate, and I was a first-year assistant professor, and I wrote my first paper criticizing what I called at the time the Islamic doctrine of economics. I would now use the term Islamic economics, which is the term they use, its proponents use. When I submitted this paper to the Middle East Studies Association to present it at their annual conference, I went to the conference. I was put on a panel with other scholars of Islam, and the chair was a professor at the chair of the panel, who wasn't presenting herself, but she was running the panel. She introduced me, with my name and my affiliation, and then said I was the last speaker, the last of three speakers, And she had not done this with the first two speakers. But in my case, she said, I want to point out that I don't agree with the interpretation in this paper. In the interpretation of the paper you're going to hear summarized, and that I do not believe that one can evaluate the merits of an intellectual tradition coming out of another tradition. Of course, it came as a shock to me. This was the very first presentation I was going to make at a professional conference as a first-year assistant professor in the fall, and I had been singled out, be put down by a senior professor at Berkeley. So this was before the paper was published. So I was aware of what I was facing, and as you say, my writings get attacked from two sides. On the one hand, they're the Islamists, the people who believe in this particular case, it would be Islamic economics, and that it has solutions to various problems that other economic traditions do not. But there are also people who criticize me, saying that I'm just wasting all my time trying to understand the early advantages of certain institutions that then led the Middle East down a blind alley that caused problems in the long run. They say it's just a religion that is conservative, that doesn't allow for change, that is too rigid, etc., etc., etc. And they say you should just, none of this, all of this, the things that you're doing are secondary. It's just the religion is irredeemable. So there are people who say that, and if that is what you believe, of course, there's nothing to be gained unless you're going to destroy the religion. Now, of course, I feel these pressures, but I have found that by writing in a balanced way and writing honestly and not try to disguise certain realities using euphemisms or arguing that somehow you can't understand this or that if your mind works in particular ways, if you've been trained in the West, etc., etc. I find that there is a constituency that is looking for serious thought that they don't find in mainstream Islamic studies or Middle East studies, and they find that those questions, that I deal with questions that people just don't ask and people don't talk about. And I put exactly the question in the titles of the two books, which of course were preceded by many articles developing certain components of these arguments. I put exactly what my thesis is in the title. The Long Divergence book was not titled Islam and the Problem of economic development, say, which sort of doesn't say exactly what your thesis is. No, I find that Islamic law created certain problems that it created. In the first volume, I discuss the economic problems it created, and it caused the Middle East to be unprepared for the Industrial Revolution. And in the second book, I discuss how it prevented the Middle East from broadening various freedoms, and to the point that the Middle East is now the least free part of the world. That is in the role that Islamic law played in this situation, in this outcome, is stated in the title. So I'm not hiding anything. I find that there is a constituency for this. I find that after the long divergence was published, there've been many economic historians and legal historians who have entered the field and who have started working on various elements of the puzzle. When even asking a certain question is unpopular, there will often be, if the question is important, you will find that there are people who are genuinely interested in the reasons, who are not Islamophobes, who are not apologists for a particular point of view, and the only way you can bring them out is by doing good work and being very patient. Because for many years, as I was working on the long divergence and doing the work that led to it, I was pretty much alone. And when I started working on as an economist, working on religion at the beginning, that put me into a very small group. One of the leading scholars to work on religion and economist, as a trained economist, was a professor named Larry Yanacone. He started explaining how various churches work and why the people in the United States tend to be much more religious than the peoples of European countries. That was the first question he tackled, and then went on to the others. And there was a third person who was, as a trained economist, started working on religion and economics. That was Deepak Lal, who passed away a few years ago because of COVID, unfortunately. He wrote a book called The Hindu Equilibrium, and was heavily criticized for various reasons, and was also attacked by people from various sides. At the time, we were among the only trained economists to working on these subjects. There was no field of economics and religion. I was still an assistant professor and was told by other assistant professors that I was committing suicide, intellectual suicide, academic suicide, by working in this field, and creating all sorts of other problems for myself by working on Islam and so on. At the time, I was naive. I didn't realize what this could have meant for my career. Fortunately, and I realize how fortunate I was now, but at the time I didn't quite appreciate this. I was at a university that was, well before this became fashionable, was encouraging interdisciplinary work. And there were senior members of my department, this is the economics department at the University of Southern California in Los Angeles, senior professors who were very broad-minded and who felt that economics had a great deal to gain by trying to explain religion and to start taking seriously links between religion and economics, and they encouraged me to do this, and things worked out well. I got promoted, I got tenure. Ultimately, I was awarded a chair in this in Islamic Studies at USC. So things went quite well for me, but they could have turned out terribly. My career could have been destroyed early on. And if I was an assistant professor today, there is no chance that I would make it through, and probably no chance that I would be hired if they knew the sorts of things that I was going to work on. So it is, you mentioned there's the 10% of people who are not conformist and who are who will just speak their minds and follow their instincts in selecting topics to work on, and perhaps it has to do with my personality that I tend to, ever since I was a kid, I was somebody who just thought for himself and expressed it, even though it got me into trouble sometimes. And I mean, Brian Kaplan maybe is right that 10% of us are, no, I wouldn't, I think it's a matter of degree, of course, and I don't know where he got that 10% idea, but I think I think that some people are just naturally more conformist and other people are more resistant to the pressures. They can perhaps live, they can be happy even if the things that they're doing are offending large groups of people. And I think that's just who I am. So I don't think it has required a great deal of courage in my case, because I wouldn't know how else to be an academic.
Like Socrates and Giordano Bruno, though they are not around and you still are, so that's a good thing. A couple of questions about academics. You wrote at one point, quote, "We live in an age of escalating intellectual balkanization," a phrase I love, intellectual balkanization. Yes. "We live in an age of escalating intellectual balkanization, a time where professional scholars can scarcely keep up with developments in their chosen specialities, let alone trends in other specialities and discipline. For non-scholars, the problem is even less manageable. The growing integration of the world economy is compounding the need for non-local knowledge. Yet as individuals, we all remain terribly constrained in our capacity to process information. There exists an acute need then for broad synthesis, for tools of conceptualization, for studies that identify hidden patterns," stop quote. And the book was published in 95, but I'm guessing you would have written the book before that, Private Truths, Public Lies, where you also talk about how for that book you had to synthesize approaches from economics, political science, sociology, and psychology. And I have a couple of questions. One is this increasing trend in academics to enter narrower and narrower silos to a point where it seems that most academics is really not relevant to the real world anymore. It just disappears into this little sort of hole of its own making, where you get supremely specialized, like, wind patterns in Peru in the year 1876 or whatever. I'm just making shit up. And that can be one problem. And like you said, you are trying to be multidisciplinary. And similarly, sort of an orthogonal problem to this is also the problem of intellectual fashions, where there are certain fashions like that lady who sort of introduced you so badly when you were presenting your first paper, which is like so rude and such a horrible thing to do to a young person. And I'm presuming she was a relativist and all of that. And those fashions get in the way. Like what you said just now is absolutely heartbreaking, that if you were a young person trying to do this kind of work now, you wouldn't get a foot in the door. That's heartbreaking. And it just makes me think that, one of your former student, Ajay Shah, with whom I do that show on YouTube, which you once wrote to me to say you like, which is very kind of you. Ajay constantly laments that there are so many brilliant minds wasting away in academia, forced to conform to these ideological straitjackets or be confined to little silos, when they could be using their skills to understand the real world better and help the real world better. So what you say about sort of being lonely in academia is something I totally get. How could you not be when, that is what it is like? What is your sense of this? Has it been you wrote those words in 95. Has it been getting worse and worse? Is there any sort of scope for redemption? Because all of the incentives there point them in that direction, which is why it becomes like that. So are the scholars of tomorrow going to be independent thinkers who perhaps work outside the academic system? If you were 20 today, what direction would you be going in? Would you be an entrepreneur or a gamer? Give me a sense of that.
I don't know what I would have been. I probably would have tried to make it in academia, but probably I would be more aware of the dangers, because they are bigger today. Students or young scholars, whether they're PhD students writing a dissertation or looking for a dissertation topic, or assistant professors, they often, many have come to me over the years. And this year, there have been several who have asked to speak to me about their future direction. They feel they're in a crisis because they would like to work on this, but they feel that they might not be able to get a job, and they look at my career and they say, how did you manage? Can you give us some tips? How did it work for you? And I tell them that I was just extremely lucky, and that I would not have survived at many other departments at the time when I had just entered academia in 1982. I started as an assistant professor at USC. I tell them that it just all depends on the circumstances, and they have to be true to themselves. How well will they be able to tolerate being alone if they truly believe in their ideas and that they have something important to say? How can they bear being lonely, and how will they be able to continue going when they get rejections from publishers, from journals, or university presses? I do tell them honestly that the conditions that many of them are facing are considerably worse than mine, that they do have to be careful. I do not advise them to simply follow their thoughts no matter where it leads. I tell them it's a matter of timing, and it's a matter of what they say at what point, what they work on. And I advise them to have a long-term plan of what they want to do, and to start with the least risky parts of the puzzle, knowing themselves that it will fit into a larger whole. So they can still be true to themselves and satisfy their need to work freely, to express themselves freely, to be honest scholars, while at the same time maximizing their chances of landing a good job and getting promoted and getting published. And I think that the people to whom I give this advice take this to heart, and they follow this. And I'm happy to see that some of them are arising in academia and gradually taking on more and more controversial topics before it's too late. I would not advise somebody to wait until they're 55, until they've made a big name for themselves, to start addressing controversial subjects. But there are some compromises that can be made while staying true to oneself. And if I went back to the 1980s and had to do it again, I would probably give the same advice to myself. I probably would have worked on other components of my puzzle first and delayed the publication of other things. What if the senior professors who were very broad-minded had left the university by the time I was coming up for tenure? I was lucky that they were still there. So again, I just think I tremendously lucky. I also advise people to keep their eyes open for other people who are in their same situation and form little communities that they can exchange ideas with to reduce the loneliness.
Well, it's such a pity that one has to be strategic about the pursuit of truth and plan it in this kind of manner. Let's get back to biography and tell me about your childhood. You were born in NYC. What was that like? When did you move to Turkey? What were your parents like? Tell me about your childhood.
So I don't know much about New York City because even though I was born there, I my parents took me to Turkey when I was 6 months old. So they moved to Ankara. My parents had met in graduate school, and my father, who's Turkish, who's passed away, went into academia after a short stint in business, but he really didn't like. His heart was in academia, and he didn't like the business culture in Turkey. So he became a professor at Middle East Technical University. I grew up in a household that was an academic household. Even though my mother was not an academic, she was highly educated herself. We had guests quite frequently who were invariably associated with a university or they were intellectuals of one sort or another. Of course, at the dinner table, topics that intellectuals discuss, current politics, the big questions of history, of society. In Turkey, of course, it was the issue of secularism. Is secularism going too far? Is it why is there so much resistance? These types of issues would be discussed. One of my uncles was a historian, also a professor. He would come frequently. Again, they would. My father, they didn't quite agree with each other politically, but they were both quite open and they had very friendly discussions, debating things. I was exposed to these things from an early age, and I think it influenced my my thinking and made me recognize earlier, perhaps, than I would have, the complexity of issues and how you need to have a foot in multiple disciplines to understand the big problems of the world, the big problems of humanity. So my early childhood was spent in Ankara, which is where I started collecting stamps. And that hobby, by the way, developed and became more serious. I had many stamp catalogs and was known to many dealers, and was collecting quite consciously, trying to fill particular gaps, and occasionally going to stamp shows and learning from more advanced collectors. But the best schools in Turkey are in Istanbul. So for my secondary education, I went to Istanbul, started in a boarding school, a French boarding school in Istanbul, and then went on. My family moved to Istanbul in 1969. So in 1970, I moved for high school to. I no longer had to be a boarding student. I moved to an American school, Robert Academy, which is also now known again as Robert College. And I was quite fortunate to have many teachers there who taught literature and various other fields in a way that encouraged us to think. We'd be asked to read books and then to interpret the book. We would not be given a certain interpretation of a great book and essentially be forced to accept that interpretation. We would discuss. I learned there how one can, after reading a book, see many more things in it by listening to other people's interpretation of the same thing that we've all read. And this gave me an appreciation not only for literature, but for listening to people who think differently, and that you can learn, you can fine tune your own interpretations by listening to others. And I think prepared me when I went to college then in the United States to, even though, as I said, I was on the left politically, to seek out thinkers who are not on the left, including thinkers that were reviled by the left, to try to learn from them and to expose my own ideas in my own head to the criticism, the implicit criticism that I would get by reading their works or by hearing them if they came to the campus. Anyway, to go back to my time in Turkey, Istanbul, I ended up spending 8 years in. And even though I've lived far longer in other places like Los Angeles, like Durham, where I'm living now, this is my 17th year, I've spent much longer. To this day, I consider Istanbul home. It's where I feel that I fit in most, more than Durham or Los Angeles. I'm probably not alone as somebody who has lived in multiple cultures in feeling that I'm not completely at home anywhere. Even in Istanbul, I feel that in certain respects I like some things the way they're done in the United States. I feel more comfortable in the United States in certain respects. But on the whole, Istanbul is still the place I consider home. I think it's a wonderful city. And one of the things I like about it is that there's so many layers of civilization. And it has been the largest city in the world, has had, for hundreds of years, had the largest markets in the world. The heritage, the cultural heritage of the city just fascinates me, and I do quite a lot of research based on archives in Istanbul that deal with the commercial life and the political life in the city. So that is where I grew up. Then I came to the United States to do my undergraduate work at Princeton, and I was quite happy with the education I got. I feel that it allowed me to explore multiple disciplines. Even though I majored in economics, I took quite a lot of courses in political science and philosophy and sociology, apart from mathematics and statistics. I got a liberal education and cherish it to this day. And I think it prepared me well to keeping a foot in multiple disciplines, even though in graduate school I narrowed. A graduate education is something that forces you to narrow, to be able to write a dissertation. You have to focus on something. You have to be an expert in a particular field or a couple of fields to get a job. There is that narrowing process, which did occur to me, and I don't think I handled that particularly well in graduate school. But I had enough of a grounding in multiple disciplines earlier, and appreciated debate, genuine debate, and the value of genuine debate to developing your own thinking and maturing intellectually. I had enough of a grounding based on my high school education and my college education that I was able to recover after I got out of graduate school. So we started in New York. Now we're in graduate school, but by then I was an adult, of course.
I'll come back to you as an adult, but just a question about Istanbul. One of my previous guests on the show was Max Rodenbeck, who was an editor at The Economist here, and he grew up in another great old city, Cairo. And when I asked him which city is home to him, like what is home to him rather, he said it's Cairo, but it's not a Cairo that exists anymore. It's a Cairo of his childhood. So when you think of Istanbul as home, are you thinking of the Istanbul where you grew up, or are you thinking of, are there still parts of it today? How has it changed? And do such incredible old cities with such great histories, do they change slower than other cities? Are there still things in them perhaps which one can't articulate, which are essential?
So Istanbul, of course, has grown immensely. It was when I was there, it was growing rapidly because of migration from the countryside, and it's probably almost doubled in size during by the time I left for the United States for college. But it is more than doubled, perhaps tripled since then. And when I go back to Istanbul, there are entire neighborhoods, entire parts of the city with millions of people that did not exist in the past, and that have a life of their own. I don't feel at home there. I feel at home in particular parts of the city where I lived, that haven't changed because of their historical character. They haven't been. Nothing has been knocked down. Those are the parts that I value a great deal. And there's a culture of the city, of the educated people. Their social life, the dining scene, which is more refined, I would say, than when I was there, because now, when I was there in the 1980s, Istanbul was just beginning to get ethnic cuisines of various kinds, and educated people were just discovering the joys of going out to an Indian restaurant or a Chinese restaurant or a Peruvian restaurant. Istanbul now is traditionally Istanbul at the time of when my father was growing up, my grandfather was growing up, to go to a restaurant. There weren't that many restaurants to begin with because people ate at home. There weren't as many tourists, so there weren't that many restaurants. But a restaurant was someplace you went, and there was Turkish food, and depending on how expensive the food was, the food would be better or it would be worse. But sort of what you got at a restaurant was pretty much fixed. The notion that there would be various kinds of culinary experiences that people would seek it was something just developing, but it is advanced much more. The art scene is much richer than when I was there, in terms of galleries, in terms of private art museums that have been set up by wealthy Turks. This was just developing in the 80s, but it is in that sense richer, and it's that part of Istanbul, the cosmopolitan Istanbul, the Istanbul of the educated people, refined people who have traveled the world, people who know the rest of Turkey, who like to see different cultures. This is still there. Would it represent Istanbul for somebody who's growing up there now? Not everybody, because there are people who grow up in parts of Istanbul that are very conservative. Istanbul has, in recent years, received huge numbers of refugees from Syria, from Afghanistan, from Pakistan, from Iraq, now Ukraine and Russia, entire neighborhoods that these various waves of refugees have set up. It's contributing, all of this is contributing to the cosmopolitan character of the city, but in a different way. And I would not necessarily recognize it, and not all of it would make me feel at home. But there is still an essence of the city that when I go there, I'm able to find. I'm able to feel the same thing. I'm able to walking along the Bosphorus, pick up the smells that are unique, the scents that are unique, and walk into a fish market and breathe the scents that or smell the scents that I remember from my childhood and that I have not picked up anywhere else. So yes, it has. I think I will still consider it home, even though it has been changing. And I hear, by the way, from times, if I can just add one more thing, times I've visited India, I was told that with India also, the restaurant scene was sort of in recent decades changed so that Indians, educated Indians, are interested in various ethnic cuisines, whereas earlier they were not. I was told that this was the case in Delhi, that this was the case in Mumbai, and I'm just reporting what I've heard. You might correct me.
No, you're absolutely right. To the extent that even when we had food from outside or we got another cuisine and we made it our own. So there is this one sort of cuisine called Indian Chinese. So it's like, the Chinese food that I had growing up is not something anyone in China would even recognize. It was just you took some basic things and you Indianized it completely, and then that's what you kind of had. And I was sort of chatting about the concept of home or cities as well with another friend of mine who's been on the show, Nilanjana Roy, who'd been to the US recently for a month-long trip, and she lives in Delhi, and she came back and she called me and she said that I suddenly feel that I have so much more fondness for Delhi now after spending some time away. And I was just thinking about, like, I've lived for 28 years in Bombay, and I was just thinking that when I think of Bombay, I don't know the city at all, but I know a part of it which I can plug into anytime really intimately. Like, I think none of us lives in a city. We all live in this microgeography. So we'll, a lot of the time I'll be in my room, or I'll be working, or I'll be whatever. There'll be typical places where I go, and in transit I'll be, everything apart from the normal is sort of unseen to me. And cities are so kind of vast and so on and so forth. But let's sort of let's kind of get to adulthood, or further down the journey to adulthood where you're studying. And what I like reading about your influences, every time you've named someone as your influence, I have recognized the name of a hero of mine. So in Private Truths, Public Lies, early on you I think in your acknowledgement, so wherever you spoke about James Buchanan, Albert Hirschman, Mancur Olson, Thomas Schelling. Elsewhere I learned that at Stanford you got your doctorate under the supervision of Kenneth Arrow, and these are all just great minds who've done such legendary things. And I want to ask, what were your influences both in terms of people and in terms of ideas? Like, you point out about how you were at one point a standard issue leftist of a sort. I guess when you get into college, one has vague notions of what the world should look like and how the right people will design it that way and all of that. And then you say you kind of changed. And so tell me about, who were the people who influenced you? What were they like? What were your interactions like? What were the ideas that were like light bulb moments or that completely changed the way you look at the world?
So there are the people I named all had enormous influence on my thinking, initially through their books, and I went and sought them out later because their way of thinking appealed to me so much, and that I learned from them. And all of these individuals you named were very good to me in encouraging me at a time when I was quite vulnerable. I was a non-tenured a professor working on very controversial subjects. I think that they recognized the huge risks that I was taking, and they appreciated this, and they pushed me along and wrote recommendation letters for me. I greatly appreciate that. I didn't at the time realize what a huge favor they were doing. And of course, they were very busy people. who had very crowded schedules. They took time to write letters to help me along, to get grants, to get invited to various places. They invited me to give me various opportunities. I have been trying to give forward and help young scholars who I think are doing very promising work, who are taking certain risks, to help them both by giving them advice and being an intellectual sounding board. So, helping them as best I can through various editorships that I have and giving them opportunities to publish. Now, each of these individuals were made a light bulb suddenly start shining in my head, and in a way that it was a moment when I felt that many other connections that I had not made, suddenly with that light bulb shining, suddenly certain connections, things that I had not really understood, suddenly the connections that one reading just explained not just what they were trying to gave me not just the message that they were trying to give through the book, but filled a void. And so the impact for me, and I told this to each of them in using perhaps different words, but I did tell them of the huge impact they had on my thinking. In the case of Mansur Olson, I'm not sure whether he was among the scholars you mentioned, but his logic of collective action, which I had not read in graduate school because I wasn't exposed to it in any of my classes. I don't think it was being taught in any of the classes, but the idea, the insight, the various inefficiencies that occur just because a large majority wants something, it will not necessarily be achieved. Demand for it will not necessarily emerge. Certainly gave me one of the building blocks of my own thinking, the thinking that went into Private Crew's Public Lies. Olson and Hirschman's interest in long-term development and the interactions between ideas and institutions, this was very, very valuable to me. I had not been exposed to anything of the sort in the economic development classes that I had taken. Even though I had taken many courses on economic development, they were focused on the 20th century, and they were focused on central planning or the effect of migration to the cities, more narrow processes that accompany a development, rather than the big question of why some parts of the world developed earlier than the others. Some parts of the world, like the Middle East, like India, like China, that were quite advanced, certainly more advanced by Europe, advanced by global standards a few centuries ago, why they fell behind, why they have had such difficulty, all of them, to the present. They've had difficulty catching up to the West, and why they've had difficulty changing their norms, their beliefs, and so on. All of these, I found Hirschman's and Olson's thinking about this. In the case of Ken Arrow, he had more influence on me after I graduated and he signed my dissertation than after, because he was a friend until he passed away a few years ago. He was a true friend, and we talked about many fields, and he encouraged me to work on the topics I ultimately worked on, the He encouraged me to do the work that went into the preference falsification book, but also the long divergence, freedoms delayed. And in fact, he told me after I graduated, and I was quite frequently, because I'm a Stanford graduate, I was frequently invited to Stanford to give talks. Arrow would always drop whatever he was doing and still come to my talks. Even though he was no longer my advisor, we would always have a meal together. Sometimes he would invite me to his home, and we would talk about my new topics. And he told me once, he said, why? He said, I have a question for you. It's been on my mind for a while. And I said, what? And he said, why didn't you work on these topics when you were my student? And I said, because I didn't know, they were spinning in my mind, but I didn't feel they fit into economics, and I didn't know exactly how to articulate them. And the idea of preference falsification was there, but it went contrary to economics, the theory of revealed preference that were taught in so many classes. And I thought that I would just, the concept would be just laughed at, and in any case, I didn't quite not articulate. And he said, we faculty, when at the time that you were in school, you were my student. At faculty meetings, we would sometimes talk among ourselves and say, why do so many of our students pick boring these topics? What can we do to get them to work on more interesting, more innovative, revolutionary ideas? They said, I would have jumped at this, and I would have enjoyed far more working with you on one of these topics than on the topic you chose, which I wrote a dissertation on the micro foundations of inflation, which is not particularly good work, even though at the time it was quite faddish. It was the fad. The work that I did produced papers that went into top journals, even before I had finished my dissertation. One of the chapters was on its way to being published in the flagship journal of the field, American Economic Review. So I was doing well by standards of the discipline. But what Arrow told me was that there was a sense within the discipline, or at least in some quarters of the discipline, that the discipline could be more exciting, and they wished that students would work in other fields. So anyway, Arrow was tremendously supportive, and to have such a distinguished person consider the ideas that I'm working important was enough to reduce some of the loneliness, to give me some courage. Again, I have, as a senior professor myself, I have tried to give forward, and I do this by keeping in touch with my former students, and help them as best I can, serving as a sounding board. So I think this answers your question about the influences of the people I named. The ones I think that I did not, Jim Buchanan, I haven't touched on. Let me say something about his works on how good intentions that result in more government regulation or new government departments do not necessarily yield the benefits that they're expected to, and that the incentive system within government matters a great deal, and will influence how policies are implemented, regardless of the intentions behind them. That idea it contributed to my awareness of various counterproductive initiatives that are taken, and I learned from him how very common it is for intentions to result in lead to outcomes that are precisely the opposite of what is intending. And so, but Buchanan also, of course, he was a great scholar who won a Nobel Prize. Later, this was about a decade and a half after I met him, but he was also quite encouraging and he invited me to various panels and to speak at various places, even though my work was not exactly in his pursuing one of his themes. He did appreciate risk-taking and was quite supportive. So that's among the reasons I singled him out, along with these other people I mentioned, for special praise and appreciation.
Wonderful stories. While reading The Logic of Collective Action, one of the frames that was a light bulb for me was reading about the frame of roving bandits and stationary bandits. And you mentioned that, in your interactions with them, there were all these different light bulbs which made you look at things in a completely different way. Can you give me some specific, concrete examples of some of those? I'd love that.
So, Tom Schelling, I didn't say anything specifically about him. He was also one of these senior scholars whom I got to know through his writings, but then met, and he was quite supportive. I was quite influenced by his book, Micromotives and Macro Behavior. That the idea that small interactions, small actions can combine to generate something that is much greater than the sum of the parts. This was an idea that fed into my preference falsification book, and so that I think is an example, is a concrete example of a direct influence into my work. Albert Hirschman's book, Exit, Voice, and Loyalty, was very influential. Now, in that it led me to ask a question that, again, became part of the framework of Private Truths, Public Lies. He talks in Albert Hirschman's Exit, Voice, and Loyalty, individuals who are upset with the way, let us say, a company is being operated, can either stay with the company and express themselves, or they can leave. Now, and if they leave, and if the people who have the ideas that would improve the company all leave, then the company, of course, doesn't improve, and it loses market share, and eventually, the company goes out of business. This was the story he told. He applied this to neighborhoods that start disintegrating, and if the people with the ideas to improve the neighborhood, to stop the process of disintegration, all leave to another neighborhood, well, the disintegration just continues. Well, this gave me the idea of refining that framework by exploring the decision of people who stay with regard to what they actually say. If you stay in the neighborhood, and there are certain processes that are leading to, that are causing its disintegration, you can, if there are people that are benefiting from the disintegration and they are giving you a story that the whole problem is that there's, this kind of bias or that kind of bias, or that, the government is responsible for this reason or that reason, you can say, because that view is popular, you can endorse that view. Or if you have an alternative, if perhaps the people who are spreading this interpretation are the source of the problem, you can take them on at a risk to yourself. This is this decision is one that is not taken up in exit, voice, and loyalty. And that second choice that people have, that is the choice that Private Truths, Public Lies focuses on. So here I benefited from a book, not because its framework became my own framework, but because a limitation of that framework caused the light bulb to go off, and I asked a question that Hirschman hadn't asked in this specific case.
Is there a sense that everything that one does is part of a longer dialogue, and there's something that came before and there will be something that came later? Like, in a sense, it could be argued, therefore, that your book is in dialogue with Exit, Voice, and Loyalty, that it is sort of taking it forward, So maybe not always in a direct sense like Nozick writing Anarchy, State, and Utopia in response to Rawls, but in general, is there a sense that while at one level, many may focus on the sprint that a single book may represent, that there is a longer marathon discussion that is going on, and there are chains and there are threads and all of that, and over time, do you get that sense as well?
Yes, there definitely, nobody writes a book just without drawing on previous work. Every book, every idea rests on previous ideas, and sometimes it's difficult to pick up the influences. Where there is such an influence, I try to, in my own works, to bring it out either by discussing making references to the works that influenced me, or by including a segment of the discussion that relates the argument to the book. There is, I forget, it's been a long time exactly where in the book it is, but there are references in the book to Exit, Voice, and Loyalty, and specifically to how Private Truths, Public Lies complements Exit, Voice, and Loyalty, and how it enables us to explain phenomena that Exit, Voice, and Loyalty cannot fully explain. For example, the long persistence of Soviet communism and its sudden fall. So yes, it did disintegrate, but not exactly because the thinking people were leaving Russia. They weren't allowed to leave. A few people did escape, of course, but most people stayed there. But when they stayed there, it still didn't improve. There were a lot of thinking people in the Eastern Bloc, the Soviet satellites, as well as the Soviet Union, who saw exactly what's happening, saw the inefficiencies of the system, the hypocrisy, but they stayed silent, or worse, they supported the system, even though they didn't believe in this. And they did all the things that were expected of themselves, including ostracizing and demonizing the few people who did have the courage to speak out. So I did discuss how the work complemented Exit, Voice, and Loyalty, but also took it forward.
And there's this old saying about how paradigms change one funeral at a time, and that sounds dreadfully slow, but what I feel more and more also is that the progress of ideas and the progress of knowledge also happens at glacial pace, and this kind of feeds into that. It's one book at a time, one thinker at a time. And when we are young, there is that enthusiasm that we're always playing what I might call a short game. You want to get a book out, you want to get a paper out, it's one thing at a time. And then later one kind of settles into a realization that we're all really playing the long game, and it's going to go on long after us. And have you also made that kind of sort of journey where you think along a wider arc, a longer arc, where your sense of purpose has changed?
Yes, but I would say that I started feeling that way after my mid-40s. I was not. until then, I didn't recognize how long it could take for ideas to catch on. The concept of preference falsification did not immediately catch on. And people would use the term preference falsification. I mean, it took a long time, 10 years or so, for people to start using preference falsification. And they used to put it in quotes or say what Timur Kuran calls preference falsification. Now it is used widely and not just in academia, and people understand what the term means. Most intellectuals, at least people familiar with economics, political science, sociology, they're familiar with the term. And people don't put it in quotes anymore, and they don't necessarily attribute even the concept to me. So I didn't, at the time, I did not appreciate this. I thought that when I wrote the preference falsification book, that because I had devoted many years to it and thought deeply about it and sought feedback from many different people, and spent a great deal of time working on the flow, the sentence structure, and so on. Not that it turned out to be a perfect book. No, it certainly didn't. And there are certain things that I would shorten, perhaps take out, that if I was producing the book now. But I felt that just because it was a powerful idea, that it explained a great deal, that it would catch on immediately. But it took a long time, and I think it has to do with with changes in the way Americans, who play an important, a disproportionate role in the shaping of intellectual discourses, the way that Americans have changed the way they see their own country. The first time I presented a paper with the concept of preference falsification in it, this was 10 years before Private Truths, Public Lies was published. It was a presentation I made in California. Somebody, the audience, I presented a paper that showed how preference falsification could lead to persistent inefficiency. So everybody is worse off, but nobody is coming forward to demand change. So the audience listened to what I was saying, and somebody, after I finished speaking, a famous economic theorist, put up his hand and said, the mechanism that you are describing, I can see how it applies to the Middle East. I can see how it applies to India, because I'd used the caste system as an example. But what does this have to do with the United States? We have speech is guaranteed by the Constitution here. And there is no reason why this mechanism should be at play here. And I don't get that kind of reaction at all. Everyone recognizes, even if the example I give has to do with India or the Middle East. Recently, it's been mostly the Middle East or Eastern Europe. People can see parallels in their own environment, in the United States, everywhere. That is something that has changed. So I think that influence the popularity of the changes in the United States. People no longer think of the United States as in practice as the land of the free. people, whether people are on the left or the right, they feel that books are being banned, that people are being cancelled, people are being there is a cost to be that there is a cost to expressing certain ideas. That's something that no one will, no one who follows the news will disagree with. That has made it far easier to explain preference falsification, and I think it accounts for the spread. Perhaps this is a U.S. centric interpretation of what has happened, but in my own experience, I found that from the time I coined the term, I had no trouble getting Indians or Middle Easterners or Chinese or for that matter, Europeans to take this seriously. Germans instantly understood that the same kind of process happened in Nazi Germany. Indians, now this was before the recent developments in India, but they understood that persistence of the caste system did have something to do with preference socially. Whether I got every element correct or whether I exaggerated, that's for others to judge. But they could they could feel that I was dealing with something important and something that explained patterns in their own lives. That was not the case with Americans who felt that there was something unusual about the United States that made it immune to these kinds of pressures, that mobs would not lead ideas to get canceled, that universities were places where everything could be discussed freely, even at the time that I was a student and when I was writing Private Truths, Public Lies, there were issues that you could not discuss. And there were types of speakers that you could not invite. Now, that's the range of speakers who are no longer welcome on university campuses has expanded massively. But it was never anyone who cared to look. It existed then as well, but people were not aware of this. Yeah.
I want to talk a lot more about reference falsification and your book and all your books, in fact, after the break. But before we go into the break, a quick question. I first heard about reference falsification in an American context. Glenn Reynolds, also known as Insta Pundit, famous blogger back in the day, had written a piece talking about it in the context of the rise of Trump. And, and Glenn Reynolds, of course, was one of the early bloggers. He was known as Insta Pundit. And I'm sort of thinking about how public discourse changed because of technology and blogging and so on and so forth, where earlier journalists were generalists a lot of the time. They would stay at a very surface level, never get too deep with anything. And what you had in this age of new media is you had specialists all over the place coming out there and writing about their fields. My favorite examples, of course, being Tyler Cowen and Alex Tabarrok of Marginal Revolution. Such a great blog, and they enrich the discourse so much. And I'm wondering how you feel about this new expanded role that now exists of being a public intellectual, right? You mentioned how when you were a student, you would go to see William Buckley talk. Now, there's a classic public intellectual who's talking about ideas, but there are very few people like him in that sense who have platforms and stages and whatever. And today, the discourse is broader. The means of production are open to anyone. Anyone, in a sense, can, have a certain kind of voice. I would imagine, you've been on podcasts and stuff. But you're possibly reaching a much broader audience than you once would in these times, which is, so great, and it's good for the world. So what do you feel about that? That, earlier I asked about the sense of purpose and playing the long game. Do you also feel that being a public intellectual, getting your ideas out there, speaking out more, speaking up more, because so many young people and academics, like you pointed out, can't really speak up. There's too much at stake. Whereas you can speak a little bit more about a certain thing. So what is your sense of, do you find that your sense of what you want to do has kind of expanded to kind of include that as well?
Yes, absolutely. I think social media generally has had the negative effects that we touched on, that it favors the people with extreme views, and if you want to get more clicks, you have to take an extreme, you have to express an extreme view. Nuanced tweets do not get the play generally that tweets involving the demonization of a person or demonization of a movement do. We see this it's not limited to the United States. For issues of any country, this is the case. But it has also enabled thinkers to use many more platforms like this, your own podcast, which reaches so many people and gives so many intellectuals an opportunity to reach out to audiences that they wouldn't otherwise be able to speak to. I think it gives us also access, each of us access to many different thinkers, to read them in their own words on particular issues, either through tweets or through blogs, or listen to them through podcasts, watch them through at various shows. So it provides a lot more information to anybody who is looking for it, and information that will go against dominant narratives and give more nuanced perspectives, expose them to facts that various groups in society are trying to hide from them. This is one of the huge benefits of social media. And the tweets, whether it's tweets or other social media posts or podcasts, these are there to stay. They will remain there long after the people are gone. And that is a huge advantage for thinkers of all kinds. And you don't have to be an academic to contribute to academic discourses. That is another advantage. There was no way that people with interesting ideas who were not within academia, who did not write and hadn't been taught how to write articles that would go into particular kinds of journals, they were not part of, when in the early part of my career, they were not part of the discussion. Now, when I'm writing a book like Freedom's Delayed, or I'm at the early stages of another preference falsification book focused on polarization. And I am benefiting, of course, from journal articles, of course, some books written by professors, published by university presses, but I'm also daily benefiting from intellectuals, sometimes that I've never heard of, but a link to a particular podcast is sent by somebody I really trust, and I decide to start listening to it, or I read the Substack piece, and it influences my thinking. So I get, as an academic, I benefit tremendously from shows like your own show, The Seen and the Unseen, shows of others from various podcasts. I learn from Bari Weiss, for example, and I think that she is writing more freely than she would if she was still part of the New York Times, which limits that pushes certain narratives. She brings onto her own shows, or she interviews people who would not have gotten a platform, either from the left or the right in some cases. I think this is a tremendous benefit. So I think we need to, we wish that the extremism we see on social media didn't exist. It certainly has negative effects, but we should recognize also the tremendous benefits to academic research, and the benefits, of course, to the wider intellectual community, not just to academics, because it gives access to intellectuals through leaders like you, opinion shapers like you. When you interview academics, the wider or intellectuals who are not necessarily working in academia, thinkers, good thinkers, you reach a very broad audience, and that contributes to refining public discourse, to generating ideas. And I think it's a very valuable process.
One of the things that, doing this show has sort of taught me over the years is that earlier I would kind of lament what social media has done to us, and I would say, okay, people have short attention spans, they want to go shallow, they don't want to go deep. Today I know it's completely false. Like, what you see on social media is really a vocal minority screaming its lungs out, but there's a silent majority out there which appreciates nuance and which loves depth, which is why I can have a 5-hour conversation with an academic and there'll be enough listeners, because nobody else gives you that. So, on that note, let's take a quick break, and on the other side of the break, we'll talk about your books. Have you always wanted to be a writer but never quite gotten down to it? Well, I'd love to help you. Since April 2020, I've enjoyed teaching 27 cohorts of my online course, The Art of Clear Writing, and an online community has now sprung up of all my past students. We have workshops, a newsletter to showcase the work of students, and vibrant community interaction. In the course itself, through 4 webinars spread over 4 weekends, I share all I know about the craft and practice of clear writing. There are many exercises, much interaction, and a lovely and lively community at the end of it. The course costs rupees 10,000 plus GST, or about $150. If you're interested, head on over to register at indiauncut.com/clearwriting. That's indiauncut.com/clearwriting. Being a good writer doesn't require God-given talent, just a willingness to work hard and a clear idea of what you need to do to refine your skills. I can help you. Welcome back to The Seen and the Unseen. I'm chatting with Timur Kuran on his interesting life, his wonderful work. Before we get to Privatized Public Truths, what I also want to touch upon is, you mentioned earlier that a lot of your early work was risky work. That if you were to advise yourself, you might have, gone for low-hanging fruit first, or, tried something a little safer. So tell me a little bit about that, quote-unquote, the risky work that you were doing, and give me a sense of the trajectory of interests and work that took you towards privatized public truths.
So the idea came to me gradually, I would say, as I was learning neoclassical economics as a graduate student. Of course, I'd been exposed to neoclassical economics as an undergraduate student, but I hadn't been aware of the centrality of revealed preference to the notion of revealed preference, that people's behaviors, we can't really know what individuals' utility functions are, and therefore we cannot measure their preferences, but we can infer them from their actions. Well, this, as a graduate student, it started. I felt uncomfortable by this, even though in exams, when I was asked questions that required applying this theory, of course I applied it so to pass my exams and so on. But I was uncomfortable with it, and I gradually realized that this was a flaw in neoclassical economics, because in many societies, and I began by thinking of cases in the Middle East where what people reveal is not what they really want, because they are responding also to social pressures. They feel there's something to gain by revealing something else, either to their behaviors, who they express admirations for, who they condemn, what books they praise, etc. And I could think of cases, and it really dawned on me this notion of preference falsification when, during a turbulent period in Turkey, one of my visits during that time, when youths were divided, were polarized, and they were part of right-wing movements or left-wing movements that were fighting each other. My one of my cousins happened to be studying at Istanbul University in studying business administration, and he was a free market, an admirer of free markets. He ultimately founded stock. He became a stockbroker and founded his own company. Became very successful. He was very early on. He was free markets. He was against socialism, but he had, when I went to visit him once, I saw that among the papers that were delivered to his house, there were two papers. One was consistent with the ideology I knew that he had, and another was far left paper. And I said, this is a paper known as Cumhuriyet. It's a paper founded in the 1920s. It's always had a left tilt. And I said, I'm quite surprised to see that you read Cumhuriyet. And he said, oh, that's for show. And I said, what do you mean that's for show? And he said, when I go to the university or when I go to a part of the city where leftists are dominant, I keep it in my bag. And if necessary, if I'm getting onto a bus, I'm walking in the street, I stick it under my arm to signal that I am a leftist. And he said, this way they leave me alone. And I learned the hard way that when I was once reading the paper where I get my information, a pro-market, sort of right-of-center paper, it got me in a lot of trouble. I was pushed around. The people they took my paper. They tore it up and told me never to read it, and so on. I use this for security. Now, I saw this at that moment. Again, a light bulb went off, and I saw that people were deliberately communicating a preference that they did not have, that went against their own interests. They put resources into it because, after all, my cousin was paying money for a subscription to a paper he wasn't going to read. He was simply using it for signaling, and that many other people were doing this. Of course, I asked, how common is this? He said, all my friends do this, and we use the same newspaper. We signal it, and I realized that this was that with all of them doing this, they were making it even harder for people reading the other paper, the paper they were all actually reading, that they were making it even harder to read that in public. They had to read it secretly and have the thing delivered to them to their home and read it in the safety of their homes. This phenomenon that I discuss in detail in Private Truths, Public Lies, that's when things fell together. I just needed to come up with a term to describe it. And I was inspired by the notion of preference revelation through one's behaviors, and I coined the term preference falsification. So this was when that idea gelled in my mind, and I saw the potential to develop a general theory. And I started, once you develop such a concept, you start seeing it everywhere. I started seeing preference falsification in my social interactions with things that people would say, a colleague would say at a dinner when with our wives we were having a pleasant dinner, and they would, I'm just horrified by this thing that is going on in the department, and I would, we had both been at the same department meeting. He hadn't spoken up. And in fact, he had gone along with the majority. I started seeing it everywhere, and I started seeing this as a universal phenomenon. And I started seeing I had learned about the caste system by reading V.S. Naipaul. You must be aware of his works, and suddenly I saw it occurred to me that what he was talking about was preference falsification in my own terminology. And I started connecting all sorts of phenomena that I was aware of. I started seeing them as manifestations of the same universal process. And that's when this was very early in my career as an assistant professor. And that's when I thought I could do something that would ultimately lead to a book when the ideas matured. So it wasn't developed suddenly because I needed a topic to work on. It was a longer process of being confused, and then by the concept of revealed preference, being disturbed by big literatures that use this concept, and eventually seeing concrete examples. And once I had concrete examples, I saw additional manifestations elsewhere.
Yeah, and I see it all around me all the time as we were discussing in the break. And that example of your friend carrying the left wing newspaper under his arm is such a great example because
My
your
cousin,
your
yeah.
cousin is such a great example because number one, your cousin and his friends who are doing that might be doing it, deliberately. They know what they're doing. But there will be others who will pick that up and think that is a newspaper with which to gain acceptance, and they may not know better. And then they will actually start reading only that newspaper, and that influences how they think, and that puts them in that little bubble. And equally what then happens is that if all of these people instead had the bravery to just carry the newspaper that they actually read, maybe more people would take that newspaper seriously and also pick it up and say, hey, that must also be worth checking out. So it's playing at so many sort of different levels. I want to in your book, early in your book, you write, quote, this book offers a theory that synthesizes approaches and findings from social scientific traditions that have developed more or less separately. In the tradition of economics, the theory incorporates the concepts of optimization and equilibrium. Like political science, it assigns to political pressure groups a key role in collective decision making. As in sociology, it treats humans as social beings, creatures who learn from one another, care about others, and worry what others think of them. Finally, along with various branches of psychology, it recognizes that the mind has limitations and that it is a seat of tensions. In keeping with its hybrid origins, the theory yields propositions embodying observations now sequestered in different fields of inquiry, right? And
Yes.
my sort of question about this is that, was this interdisciplinary approach forced upon you by the realization that this concept applies to everything, and therefore to do it justice you have to go into all these different areas? Or were you interdisciplinary and a person of varied interest to begin with, and it fell naturally into place from there?
The latter. I was quite interested in various disciplines. I had never taken a course in psychology, but I was led to psychology by works of economists like Thomas Schelling and people that Schelling had cited to recognize that there was something to learn from psychology, and people's immense need for social acceptance is something that economists and political scientists had not appreciated enough, and that sociologists appreciated it, but had not done the sorts of experiments that psychologists had done that would, and that I found that in psychology, various thinkers had done experiments that very clearly demonstrated the power of how the need for acceptance, the drive to avoid criticism of the crowd or criticism by authority figures can make people deny the evidence of their own senses. And once I saw this, the Milgram experiments, the Ash experiments, which were very striking. Of course, there were many refinements, and I found myself in a literature that was very, very useful. So it was because I was inclined, because I think my liberal education had already prepared me for treating various disciplines as having their limitations, but also having something to teach us. And with the universal phenomenon that I was exploring, in other words, a preference falsification, one can't get the full picture without drawing on all of these literatures. I naturally gravitated toward particular sub-literatures within these different disciplines.
Yeah, and the Solomon Ash experiment, which you described, is particularly fascinating. In it, essentially, what happened, and this happened decades ago, is that within the experiment, subjects were shown a line, and they were shown three other lines, and they were told, okay, the length of this line is equal to which of these three lines, and there was one obvious answer, and the other two were completely wrong. But this person first saw many other people consistently pick the same wrong line, and 34% of them also picked that same wrong line rather than pick the correct line. And if that didn't happen, less than 1% got it wrong. So it's a sort of a striking experimentational example of sort of preference falsification. And I want to read out a couple of paras by you because it's such a beautiful example, and I love the writing. So I don't know why you were saying you would write it differently. What would you write different about it? It's perfect. I'll read these couple of paras out to kind of illustrate the different levels at which preference falsification plays out. You write, imagine that a person in a position to alter your career invites you to a party at his home. When you arrive at the party, the talk of the moment seems to be about the living room's pale neutral colors, the latest trend in interior decoration. The look does not appeal to you, but you would rather not say so lest your host be hurt. Feeling pressured to say something, you compliment his sophisticated taste. A while later, you find yourself in a conversation on wasteful development projects in Latin America. Someone pompously asserts that under socialism there would be no waste. Although you find the claim preposterous, you let it go unchallenged to avoid sparking a divisive debate. With the advancing hour, you get bored and start itching to leave. A voice inside objects that it would be imprudent to be the first to make a move. So you stay on, hoping that somebody else will comment on the late hour and signal a readiness to depart, giving you an opportunity to slip out without becoming the focus of attention. At long last, someone stands up to leave, and to your secret delight, the party unravels. Thanking your host for a marvelous evening, you head for the door, grateful that it was not you who initiated the exodus. Your evening contained several instances of preference falsification, the act of misrepresenting one's genuine wants under perceived social pressures. And this is also a beautiful example that illustrates, so I will ask you to illustrate it again for my listeners, why preference falsification is different from lying or self-censorship or insincerity or hypocrisy. All of these common terms would seem to apply, but no, it's a category of its own. So, tell me about that.
So self-censorship is very commonly used. It isn't. Self-censorship would be if in the first of the series of examples of preference falsification in that evening, if I had simply stayed quiet, but I went beyond that, that would be self-censorship. And of course, anybody staying quiet might be interpreted as having no opinion, or they might be interpreted as going along with the dominant opinion, which is that the decor is sophisticated. But by actually articulating that it is sophisticated, I go beyond self-censorship. And I communicate a preference that is the opposite of what I actually feel. So it goes beyond self-censorship, and therefore, in a broader context, that not much harm is done in this particular case. But if we go back to the example of my cousin, what my cousin was doing, he was not simply hiding the newspaper that he uses. In those days, people got their information not from social media and online, but they got their information from newspapers. Just if he had just kept the newspaper that he was actually going to read, if he kept it in his briefcase, that would be simply self-censorship. He went beyond that, and he signaled that he got his information from a paper that he did not read. And this has all of the downsides that you mentioned, that it communicates to other people that this is a valuable source of information that they might use. When they read it, they get information that you think is not correct, that is driving them down the wrong path. Having gotten information from that paper day after day, they start interpreting other events in the light of what they've learned, and so on. So preference falsification is much more pernicious than self-censorship. Unfortunately, still we use self-censorship much more often in contexts where what is really happening is preference falsification and knowledge falsification, where people are actually communicating facts that they know are wrong. And they're doing this because stating the correct facts would, as they see them, would possibly get them into trouble. Lying is not right because there are contexts in which our goal is specifically not to be criticized, but to make somebody feel good. If somebody is on their deathbed, and you know that, in fact, there isn't much hope, but you see no reason to communicate that to your sick friend, and you think that they will get some hope and spend their last weeks, their last months, perhaps, in greater comfort because they have hope, that you might say, knowing that it's not true, that I'm hoping that this treatment will work. I know of lots of people who have gotten well. I believe that you're going to get well. Hang on, even though you've heard from the doctor that that's not the case. This is not preference falsification. This is exactly, you have decided what you are doing there is. And it's not knowledge falsification, even though it is lying, of course. It is lying for a purpose that you believe is noble, and that it will serve a good purpose, and delivering bad news to an individual that is suffering already, that is probably quite pessimistic about their chances anyway, would not serve any purpose. So preference falsification is something that is done deliberately to avoid social pressure, or in response to perceived social pressures. The pressures may not be not be there. You might just be imagining it, but you would deliberately mislead your audience about what you know, what you want, because you want certain rewards, you want to be promoted, you want to be accepted, or you want to avoid certain punishments, like people, taking your paper away, and people harassing you and spreading the reputation that you're a capitalist roader, and you're a menace to society. You just don't want to draw attention on a bus or something. That is a case of preference falsification or knowledge falsification.
And at a psychological level, does the burden of committing preference falsification also affect you and change you. Like at one point you write about this burden and you say, quote, the source of the burden could be the guilt one suffers for having avoided social responsibility, or the anger one experiences for having failed to live up to one's personal standards, or the resentment one feels for having been induced to suppress one's individuality. Whatever the nature of the discomfort, it shows persistence. Stop quote. And I'm just thinking of the psychological impact of this, that at one level the preference falsification is, I'm at someone's house, I don't like the decor, but I say something silly like, hey, what refined taste you have. But at another level, there is a regime that is doing truly horrible things, and not only do I stay silent, I might actually say something to support that regime. And that is corrosive to an extent that I imagine at some point the mask becomes a face. Whatever shred of conscious or principles there were essentially vanishes. So tell me a little bit about this.
So here you've pointed to a part of the book where if I was writing today, I would go further and say that when you falsify your preferences and falsify your knowledge, you also implicate yourself in the perpetuation of the system that you abhor. Now, that, of course, changes you, and of course, it makes you feel guilty, but it also makes you resistant to changing your position. Because if you've been falsifying your preferences and therefore supporting a regime for 20 years, what does it mean to move to the other side publicly? It means that for 20 years, it means accepting that you have done something that is cowardly, that you are not proud of. And so for that reason, I think there is a psychological mechanism that additionally makes people who falsify their preferences more resistant to changing their preferences and more angered, perhaps, when somebody else reminds them of what courage really means and reminds one, does something, says something that reminds one of one's own cowardice, of one's own reluctance to speak one's mind and to say what one believes to be true. And so the more that a society lives a lie, the harder it gets to extricate oneself from that lie. And that is that psychological mechanism. Perhaps I would add a chapter to the theoretical part of the book if I was writing it today. So that's the sort of thing I meant when I said there are things that I would do differently. There's also a technical chapter, I believe it was chapter 5, that was not really necessary, that had all sorts of diagrams that distracted more people than that illuminate. I'd probably take that out.
And is there a risk that persistent preference falsification, quite apart from the social effects which we'll discuss, that persistent preference falsification can also change the way you actually feel? Like you give a couple of examples of this. One, you talk about how the Sunni caliphs of the Umayyad dynasty in Damascus in the 7th century had this edict out that everyone had to say bad things about the Shia, icons. And people who were Shia would say that publicly. They would say what they had to say, but they would secretly perhaps believe whatever they believed. And I think there is a sense there that if you're publicly forced to say something time after time, it changes you as well. I mean, this was also a debate a few centuries later, as you point out, when Protestantism came to England, and there was a debate about whether Catholics should go and pretend to sort of be part of those congregations, that can they successfully pretend pretend to be part of that congregation and retain what they were before it came, or will they automatically change just by being part of it? And I'm thinking that there is that natural human tendency there that you will change, because how else can you justify to yourself what you're doing rather than say that no, I really did change my mind and this is who I really am. And that can, I think, in modern social media, I can even see that taking us into what I could call, maybe a false preference amplification, whereas not only do you do preference falsification, but you amplify it in strident tones to gain brownie points in your ideological tribe. So is that a sort of something you've come across?
Yes, and I think you're absolutely right that this is what social media does, and it trains you to communicate your ideas that way. It trains you to be more extreme, more pure, and it leads to what one might call purity spirals. That people try to be purer than they actually are to avoid nuances. You start treating nuances as a defect, as opposed to just the truth. That the truth is more complex, and to start treating people who have nuances as somehow too soft and lacking courage. And if you start doing it in one sphere of your life, you start doing it in others as well. Now, this is where, again, psychology has in psychology, there have been experiments that show that if you make people play a game in a particular way, and if you train them to make certain compromises, they will make those compromises in other spheres as well. There are behavioral spillovers. So it becomes a way of life. And I believe this is something that happens in societies that where preference falsification is common on big issues. It bleeds then into smaller issues as well. And so it ends up, you get from a society where people are accustomed to speaking their minds to one where people are accustomed to, as you say, amplifying their preferences and not expressing the nuances, the doubts that they have. And so this can have a corrosive effect on society. Some of the East European dissidents talked about this, about how the corrosive effect of the all the performances people had to participate in under communism, how this affected thinking across the board. And I think they were onto something, and perhaps that is something that needs to be, that one could develop as one of the long-term effects of preference falsification, how it changes the way people operate. And this might, the effects across generations might be greater. So if you started as a Shia who could express this, and then an edict comes down, and you have to pretend that you're a Sunni, you may be able to go on with your life still believing that the people, the Shia icons being demonized, are still icons. You don't believe what you say. What about your children? What about the next generation? If they hear all their elders always demonizing these people, how you might in your home try to raise them as Shia, but if they see everybody demonizing them, they're less likely to accept that. And if they can't read literature that praises them, if they're never part of discussions that mention these Shia icons in a positive light, you may just grow up as a Sunni, and that's, I think, part of the motive behind the edict in the first place.
You've got plenty of sort of political examples in your book. The fall of communism, the Soviet Union is an obvious one. There is a 1979 referendum in should Iran be an Islamic republic, where people were scared that the secret ballot may not be so secret, so you just play it safe, and I think it was a 98% vote out there, and that was clearly preference falsification at play. And there are older examples like Nazism, for example, or we've discussed modern examples during the break like Trump and Modi. I was really sort of fascinated by a lot of the social examples of preference falsification, because most individuals would say that, other people falsify, I don't falsify, I am who I am. But that's not really how it works. Like, for example, one of the examples that you brought up, which is still, which still has resonances, even though the book was written so long ago, was whaling, wearing the whale, where you point out that, there was a strange contradictory thing happening, that civil libertarians who don't believe in coercion otherwise wanted whaling to be prohibited. And fundamentalists who have no issue with prohibition were suddenly saying human rights, every woman should have the right to wear a veil. And you explained this contradiction beautifully using the frame of preference falsification. So tell me a bit more about that.
So the libertarians who were saying, and that there are libertarians who still say this today, that veiling should be banned, are operating under the assumption that most of the women who are veiling are doing so because of social pressures, because they're just born into a fundamentalist family, and their marriage prospects in their community requires them to to develop a certain image, an image as a pious woman, and whether they veil is treated as a measure of one's piety. So the libertarians believe that there are many people who are falsifying their preferences, and that this is hurting them. This is hurting them in many ways throughout their life. Their marriage prospects are limited to men who are looking for women who are veiled, and they would have broader marriage prospects if they did not veil. They see a ban on veiling as freedom enhancing, as a liberalizing measure, while at the same time, the people who are trying to force, who are through social pressures of the kind that I mentioned, who are participating in those social pressures, who are making these women wear the veil while they are minors, and then after they're adults, wear them out of their own choice, choosing to wear a veil because of these social pressures. They advocate the freedom to veil because they believe that more women then will veil, and that this will increase the pressures, and it will allow the social pressures to produce the outcome that they desire, and that the social pressures then will feed on themselves, and more women will veil. So this is why both sides are acting out of character.
When we speak about the general sort of the phenomenon that is going on, it strikes me that it could tip either way. That, you could have a society which is relatively modern and everyone's having fun and, etc., etc. And people who wail have that pressure to not wail. But equally, you could have a different kind of society which is fairly traditional, and people who don't wail have the social pressure to wail because others are. And I'm imagining at some point there are tipping points, and the danger is that this can become either a vicious cycle or a virtuous cycle where, the causation can go other way, like the chicken and the egg, but it can get more and more traditional till everyone's wailed up, or it can get more and more modern where nobody is wailed up. And even that can be an issue because somebody may want to wail up, but feel forced not to wail up. So Is it your sense that these are just accidents of history which determine this? Or would you say that there is a tendency for things to slide towards illiberalism because those who are illiberal are more likely to be virulent and vehement about their preferences, as opposed to liberal people who are, just chilling and let everybody do whatever they do until it's too late?
So I think there are pressures leading to extremism in one direction or the other in the absence of checks and balances. And Freedoms Delayed is devoted to exploring the absence of these checks and balances in the Middle East and exploring the reasons why they didn't emerge, or they haven't, or the process of their emergence is taking a long time. Now, with regard to veiling, now in the Middle East, we're concerned with the concern of many people is with pressures to veil that make people who don't want to veil put on a veil, either government regulations, as in Iran, where all women are required to veil in public, or in countries where there's no law that requires it. Various social pressures of which can be to which political actors can contribute. Now, in parts of the Middle East, in places like Turkey, like Iran, like Tunisia, Iraq, and Syria, that had secular regimes for many decades, the preference falsification with regard to veiling was working in the other direction, to people who to advance in business or in certainly in government or in education, one had to be unveiled. That even if one wanted to veil, it was in one's interest, in one's professional interest, in one's social interest, in one's economic interest, ultimately to not veil. So preference falsification worked for many decades in Turkey and Iran in the opposite direction, and this generated a lot of resentments. Perhaps if the pressures had lasted for 6-7 generations, maybe no woman would think of veiling, and the issue would be moot. This was, in fact, part of the logic of the ban. Some of the supporters of what I call assertive secularism in Freedoms Delayed, why some quite liberal people supported it, because under the influence of modernization theory, they believed that religion would go away, was in the process of was weakening, and it would ultimately go away, and the issue would be moot eventually if they could simply go through 2 or 3 generations with the ban. Now, it turned out that, in fact, veiling became a symbol of defiance. And there were enough people who were still veiling, who were not in polite circles, who wouldn't be seen in the posh neighborhoods of Istanbul or Ankara or Tehran, who nonetheless continued to veil, operated in circles where everybody veiled. They didn't enjoy the advantages, state-connected advantages that unveiled women did, but their communities, nonetheless, their large communities, continued to perpetuate the norm that women should veil in public, and they turned it into a symbol of defiance that got picked up by people in Tehran, in the posh places in Tehran, in Istanbul, and other places, who were still unveiled, even though they preferred to be veiled. So ultimately, it perhaps by turning the veil into a symbol of defiance and into a symbol of liberation, they perhaps in the long run made more people veil than if it was simply something that was not politicized. So preference falsification can have this effect that it can be counterproductive, that it can in the long run generate trends that are the opposite of what you're trying to generate.
It's so fascinating. Would you say, and I'm just thinking aloud here, but would you say that in a general, in a general sense, women have to do much more preference falsification than men all their lives, because they've sort of constantly, I guess, got to misrepresent, their sexual desires or their feelings and so on, especially in, more quote unquote traditional societies. They've got to hide what they really feel about men, especially the men who are with them. They've perhaps got to hide what they really desire and the things that they would really like to do. And I would imagine that A, women do much more of it, and B, therefore the stress on them would simply be enormous.
I think that's the case, and I think the sexual liberation movement that started in the 1960s was partly a reaction to that women did not wanted to be freer to express their sexual desires, to just as men did. It was considered normal for men to express their sexual desires, or that women were supposed to be quiet about this in public. The norm was reflected in how women dressed, and of course the more revealing fashions in clothing that emerged in the 1960s, and of course that continue, was part of this movement to express one's sexuality and express one's availability, and not pretend that one is actually not interested in sex and so on. So I think that this has traditionally affected women more in social circles. I think in politics, probably historically, it affected men more, because men were more traditionally, when families were large, they had many children because few survived, and women were all over the world spending more time at the home and not involved with politics. I think political preference association probably affected men more, but you're absolutely right. The social preference association probably affected women more. Now, I think with the movement, with the trans activism in the United States, and I think it's probably that there are pressures on men as well as women to not hide their sexuality, but also to falsify their sexuality and pretend that they're binary when they're not, when they feel heterosexual, or that they are actually they're born into the wrong type of body when they're actually gay or lesbian, in the right body, but just with the wrong sexual preference. It's something quite different to start saying that you are in the wrong body and that you want to transition. This is something that is becoming. So it has become socially cool, so that we're seeing huge numbers of, especially girls in high schools, say that they feel masculine, and they want to be given puberty blockers so that they can transition to being being a man. There's a great deal of preference falsification there. I have no hard data to back this up. I haven't explored it myself, but it is. I am sure, absolutely sure, that we are going to see interpretations of the phenomena underway that show that preference falsification is playing a huge role.
Abigail Schreier, I don't know how to pronounce her name, sorry, has a great book on this called Irreversible Damage. And I guess if you're, playing the victimhood Olympics, you just claim as many different kinds of victimhood as you can. Let's talk about sort of those, the different kinds of consequences of preference falsification, social, political, economic, and so on. And let's begin with the social consequences. What are the social consequences of persistent preference falsification?
So one of the social consequences is widespread ignorance and misinformation. If people are not expressing their preferences correctly, they are misinforming the world, everyone who comes in contact with their preferences, with their expressions. They're misinforming people about what policies are, the ranking of policies in terms of whatever metric is relevant, metric of efficiency, metric of goodness. So people are being misinformed about that. People are being misinformed about who the villains are in society and who the heroes are. So people who are actually doing great damage to society get put on a pedestal. They win all sorts of medals and so on. Preference falsifiers contribute to that, contribute to all of the honors that those people receive. And by the same token, they contribute to the demonization of other people. They miscommunicate information on the processes that matter to the efficiency of the social system, of solving problems efficiently. They miscommunicate how certain outcomes emerge. If there's sustained poverty in a particular area, is it just because there are certain villains who are doing bad things to this community, or that are stealing from this community? Or are there certain things, now those, they might be true, but another factor might be things that the community is doing to itself, and is identifying those processes that the community is responsible for. Is it a reflection of animosity toward the community? Hatred of the community? Is it a form of hate speech, or is it necessary speech to expose a process that has an easy solution, that we can actually adopt policies that would stop that process and benefit the community that is suffering from persistent poverty. So preference falsification can do a lot of damage to particular people, and not necessarily the opinion makers, the people who have a huge influence today on social media or through their writings. There's this concept of luxury beliefs that has emerged in recent years, beliefs that are held by people who are not influenced by the consequences of the beliefs. I think it's many elements of wokeism fall into this category. I would argue the people who are promoting wokeness are not themselves affected by this. There are, in the United States, there is a movement largely coming from the left against private schools and charter schools and in favor of public schools, you look at the leaders of these movements and they send their kids invariably to private schools. Now, so they are promoting public schools and denying and or working against people who don't have enough resources to send their kids to private schools to have the same choices through charter schools that compete with one another that wealthy people have. And this does a great deal limiting the number of charter schools and working toward reducing the resources that go to charter schools, working against school choice for people who are economically disadvantaged, actually hurts the disadvantaged people, the poor people, and not the people who are promoting these ideas. In the United States, many people on the left are surprised that in every election, including the 2016 election that brought Trump to power, and every election since, the share of minorities, including Blacks and Hispanics, who are voting for the Republican Party is increasing. And there are people on the left who characterize this as false consciousness, rising false consciousness because of fake news. I would argue that it is partly, if not largely, because the minorities are recognizing that the left is advocating certain positions and pushing certain positions that is against their interests. I'll just end with one other remark: defund the police. This became popular. Well, the defunding the police never reduced that movement, never reduced the police protection for wealthy neighborhoods. The reduction happened in poor neighborhoods, which are suffering from much higher crime rates. The people pushing and marching in favor of defunding the police were not affected by the consequences of their own policy proposals.
Yeah, this is a brilliant point, and the point that you made about education also resonates with me here. I've had episodes on education, and I've spoken a lot about school choice. And for those of my listeners who may not really know what it is, essentially the idea behind school choice is that what we have in India is a government spending a lot of money on schools, where the teachers don't turn up, where the quality of education is terrible. And the idea behind school vouchers is that you don't fund the schools, you fund the education. So parents get education vouchers. They decide, because they are best placed to decide. They care most about their kid, not some random bureaucrat in Delhi. They decide where their kid goes to school, which is obviously based on the quality of education the kid will get. And then different schools have to compete to get those vouchers and therefore to get funded. So that is one aspect of it, where in principle it is not some centralized bureaucrat who decides where your kid goes to school, but the parents do, and the state continues funding that. So it's not even privatization of any kind. And the other aspect again is that in India there are all kinds of disincentives for private education, and time and again James Tooley has a great book on this called A Beautiful Tree, and different studies have shown in our different cities that there will be these budget private schools for really which take like tiny fees, but which are still a lot for your auto drivers or your domestic help, and they would prefer to send their kids to those private schools, spending what is for them a decent chunk of income, even though they might be operating out of slums or whatever, so they're relatively, for us, they're nothing, rather than to a free government school, because they really care about their kid. And constantly these regulations are made that put these schools out of business. Like, if you have a certain number of students, you've got to have a playground this size, or you've got to have X number of toilets. which really beyond the point doesn't make sense. And everybody making these laws, opposing school choice, putting these regulations in place, their kids are all going to fancy private schools. Their kids are not quite going there. Reveal preferences much as
Yeah.
So yeah, I had to get that little rant out of the way. What I was also really impressed by, where you've written in your book, is the circular causality of preference falsification, where you write, express preferences have social consequences, as when women choosing to veil induce conformist responses from someone who would rather stay unveiled. Second, the social climate fostered by preference falsification may transform the preferences people are trying to hide. An example would be the eventual disappearance of a religion that is practiced only in secret. Stop quote. And, so one, you have social stagnation, and two, you have public opinion, the public discourse being completely distorted. You don't have a sense of how people really feel. And because paradigms change one funeral at a time, people stop feeling that way because no one is expressing it. And have you come across examples where this is reversed, where this has changed dramatically, where, there has been a cascade in a social sense?
So Shiism made a comeback in some places. In Sunni-ruled communities, many Shia were generation after generation prevented from expressing their true religious beliefs, and they practice Shiism in hiding. In some of the communities, Shiism did disappear. They turned into Sunni communities, but in some others, Shiism survived. And in all of these cases, there were group sub-communities that met and kept the religion alive in secret, and they reemerged. The religion resurfaced. In this case, Shiism resurfaced, and Shia communities were reborn when the Sunni dominance disappeared, or when the pressures were limited. There are cases also of in Spain during the Spanish Inquisition, of course, being a Jew or a Muslim in public was very risky. So people went underground. They started practicing mostly Judaism in practice, because most of the Muslims who wanted to remain Muslim and didn't convert to Christianity, didn't want to convert to Christianity, just moved across the Mediterranean to North Africa, where they could continue practicing their religion. But some Jews had no place to go. They practiced Judaism secretly, and several generations later, when the pressures had diminished, they resurfaced as Jews, in some cases in some other country. So that's another case of a belief system surviving underground and resurfacing later.
Yeah, so the economic consequences, again, are something you've written about in your book. Market signals get distorted and all that. But I'm interested in the political consequences of preference falsification also. Like, at one level, is fairly obvious that an authoritarian regime can just survive much longer than it otherwise would, because nobody knows that everyone's against it. And we've seen so many examples of that. But I'd like you to, even in non-extreme conditions where there isn't exactly a dictatorship in charge, what are the ways in which preference falsification plays out? What are the implications for democracy? And most importantly, you've spoken about checks and balances a bunch of times. What kind of specific checks and balances could prevent whatever negative impact preference falsification does have on democracies? And what are the sort of incentives, either for standing for or against politicians actually putting these checks and balances in place?
So the most critical checks and balances, I think, involve civil society, associations of people who come together to promote a particular agenda. And because they are organized, they are resistant to and because their members draw strength from each other, they are resistant to the pressures that make many other people falsify their preferences. And ideally, in a democracy, if you get a great deal of preference falsification among members of the legislature, within the executive branch, perhaps judicial branch, this can only last until the next election, when people will be alerted by civil society, by various organizations, that the majority of the people actually want certain policies to be changed, and that politicians are falsifying their preferences. People, because and the voters, because they are falsifying preferences and they know it, they can continue falsifying their preferences, but then go on election day and vote for politicians who are not playing this game, who are honest, and you get a new set of politicians, and the preference falsification has done damage to society, but it has been contained. So there are these checks and balances in the form of organizations established, generated from below, and operated by people who join the organization out of their free will. So as long as you have a system that allows freedom of association and that does not suppress these associations, allow them to communicate freely, to gather information freely, you have certain checks and balances in the system. Now, the problem arises when the no candidate can come forward, can gather enough resources to run to become a candidate of either party in the U.S. system, or of any party with a reasonable chance of gaining power, can actually advocate a certain position and upset the equilibrium, so that when voters go to the ballot box, they don't have a realistic choice of bringing to power, even if they are a majority, and even if various associations have shown that a majority of people are opposed to a particular policy, nobody will advocate abolishing that policy and replacing it. So just having civil society by itself may not be enough if the political systems becomes corrupted, or if the parties essentially become indistinguishable on particular policies, where reform is just off the table. It is considered beyond the pale that nobody who is seriously a candidate for power would advocate reform. So civil society may not be enough, but it is absolutely vital to short circuit the process and to reduce the damages from preference falsification. So another thing that you need is actually meaningful competition at the top. And so in Latin American countries where there is democracy, nobody will seriously commit themselves, in some countries, to disrupting the drug trade. There's too much money, and the drug dealers have bought off politicians of various kinds, except some fringe politicians who have no chance of getting elected, or if they do get elected, of having achieving meaningful power. So another thing that is necessary to ensure that the damage from preference falsification is contained, is limited, is political competition and preventing the political system from being controlled by oligarchs who will block any of the major parties from advocating particular reforms or meaningful reforms. So this is also needed. And of course, you do need, it helps to have a judicial system that is independent, that is not politicized, that will prevent the power holders from weakening civil society. When you start weakening civil society, or even groups advocating particular positions cannot get formed, except perhaps on the very fringes of society, then you can't, the civil society cannot play this balancing role. This is what we have in the case of Pakistan with all the sectarian violence. I imagine this is happening in India as well, that civil society is weakening. Part of the trouble, part of the problem is that, or civil society in certain areas, this is the case in Pakistan, wasn't strong to begin with.
And, I think in an Indian context, also there is the additional twist that what if civil society is illiberal to begin with and pushes you in the wrong direction? Earlier we were talking about examples of preference falsification in the Indian context, and I mentioned the rise of Modi. For the listeners, the column I wrote on that will be linked from the show notes. But I have another example for you when you spoke about political parties and competition, which is that every political party in India, more or less, has pretty much taken it for granted that there is something called a Hindu vote, and they have to seem religious. So they will all go out of their way to seem religious in different ways. There will be, visible visits to temples, or there will be, all kinds of antics by the main opposition parties as well, where, it's almost like a default assumption that this is kind of what we want to do. And I'm sure the people in charge of those parties are not religious. I'm sure even the people in charge of our main party may not be religious at all, but that's a falsification that you have to do. And I wonder if that falsification is necessary in the US as well. I remember when, Barack Obama became US president, I said, great, they've got their first African American president. Someday soon they'll have their first woman president. Is going to happen. They'll never have an atheist president, right? Because I just think that it's almost become the rigor for every candidate to profess some kind of religiosity. And whether it is, because that really plays well in the political marketplace, or whether they think it plays well in the political marketplace because of the preference falsification of the voters, we don't know. But it feels like that's preference falsification in play. But the important point, like you said, is freedom of association. Even if there is a time where civil society happens to be illiberal, nevertheless, as long as you have freedom of association, you still have some hope there, and you still can have some bottom-up change happening.
Yes, and I would, on the observation that the United States cannot have an atheist president, I think that's spot on for the present, and it's for during my entire lifetime. It's been the case that every presidential candidate, including Obama himself, has to make a point that they are religious. Obama, who is not particularly religious, nevertheless while he was on the campaign trail, went to church on some Sundays, and Hillary Clinton did the same thing. And every, Democratic candidates will do this. Now many Republican candidates do it as well. Some of them are genuinely religious, so there's no preference falsification there. But I think that whether this will continue is in doubt, because religiosity has been declining in the United States. The United States was always much more religious, or still is much more religious than Europe or or Australia or the rest of the Anglosphere. And this was attributed always to the religious competition in the United States, that people could find whatever their religious beliefs, however liberal they were, however conservative they were, they could find a religion that served their taste. Well, it turns out now that people are nonetheless moving away from religion, and one might say that they are practicing secular forms of religion, including wokeism and MAGAism, and many of the certain evangelical churches, perhaps the majority, are part of the Trump coalition, but many of his followers, including the people who stormed Capitol Hill on January 6th, right after the election, the 2020 election. Many of them are not particularly religious, and their religion is Trumpism and MAGism. So perhaps we're seeing the replacement of a transition from traditional religions to secular religions that have their own icons and their own holy works and their own beliefs that cannot be challenged, that are being taken for granted. Now, so it may well be that the United States, within several more voting cycles, will actually have an openly atheist candidate who feels no need to hide that, to make compromises. And in fact, it may well go in the opposite direction, that preference falsification with regard to religiosity starts working in the opposite direction, that religious candidates feel a need to hide their religiosity. This actually happened in Turkey after 1923, when an extreme form of assertive secularism was promoted, and it was you could not get elected or rise in the bureaucracy if you had a religious persona. We have many biographies, some of them autobiographies, some of them that were published explicitly after the death of the person. They wrote it, and they provided instructions to the executors of their estate that the book, this would be unsealed and published. They actually say how they served in Ataturk's cabinet and practiced the religion. They were devout Muslims, and they went along with all of Ataturk's policies, including his assertively secularist agenda, and did not show their religion, pretended to be irreligious, but still practiced their religion at home secretly, and transmitted their religious values to their children. And the fact that they did not want this published in their lifetime, even when they were no longer in public service, speaks volumes. And Turkey has gotten to a point now where every religious candidate, except those on the very far left, but including candidates for a center-left party or social democratic party, they feel a need to express religiosity. And this is required for them to even become a candidate from that party's list. And the party pays lip service, leftist parties pay lip service to religious agendas, to the watering down of Turkish secularism. They don't object to increasing the numbers of hours that students in public schools have to take religion. They don't want to take a position, and the reason is that they will be treated as enemies of Islam. And because they're on the left, because they come from a secularist tradition, they're suspect anyway, and they're trying to erase that image. They're trying to appear religious. So all sorts of policies that a majority of Turks object to go through because even parties that are full of people who are naturally opposed to them, and associations, civil associations, and business associations that are opposed to the policies, again, don't speak up. So this is preference falsification in the opposite direction.
Yeah, it's just fascinating how times change from, from one end of the pendulum to the other. And normally I have no sympathy for people who flaunt their religiosity. But in the case of these gentlemen in Ataturk's cabinet who were, being religious secretly, my full sympathy is with them because I'm against any kind of coercion. And it shows how even, secularism can become a religion. And you spoke of other secular religions of the modern time. And I wonder that as mainstreams crumble everywhere and you have a splintering and a decentralization happening everywhere, whether there will one day be a long tail of religions and we can all, go for a religion that has maybe just 1,000 true adherents, as it were. Let's move on to your other two books, really, because A Long Divergence and Freedoms Delayed are essentially just, one large book. It's the same theme, and I found it incredibly fascinating in terms of, A, the myths that it busts, and B, the deep insight that it gives into those societies. And there's a very small version of a similar myth being busted that I experienced on my show when I invited the economist Mukulika Banerjee on the show, and she'd written a great book called The Pathan Unarmed. And the Pathan Unarmed really looked at this resistance movement before India's independence. It was for India's independence, which happened in the northwest frontier provinces. These guys were called the Khudai Khidmatgar, or Servants of God, and the leader was a man called Khan Abdul Ghaffar Khan, and it was non-violent resistance. And they disappeared and they were put down by independent Pakistan as soon as they got independence. And the central question that Mukulika asked was that Pathans are supposed to be a violent people. That's a stereotype, they're tribal, they're violent, etc., etc. Where did the non-violence come from? And what she found, and I love the result of this, is that the non-violence was not a Western import. It wasn't an inspiration from Gandhi, but it was inherent to their life and their culture, and it came from within Islam, which is such a delightful conclusion that goes against the typical stereotypes. And what you've done is, in your examination, and to begin with in The Long Divergence, you examine why economies in the Middle East never really took off. Around the year 1000 AD, they're doing as well or perhaps better than Europe. Everything seems to be in place, institutions seem to be in place, but then they simply never take off. And I love the way that you bust all the traditional explanations about this, and I'm going to ask you to sort of bust them again for my listeners. The traditional explanations, of course, is A, the religion is hostile to commerce; B, that Islam discourages innovation; and the third one, which, as you point out, Bernard Lewis, the great historian, has propagated, is that there was a lack of curiosity about the West. And as you point out, none of these are true. Right, so tell me a little bit more about this. And did you believe any of these to start with, or was it in the process of writing the book that you realized that all of these stereotypes were just completely wrong?
In some cases, I never believed them in the first place. In other cases, I felt that, as in the case of Bernard Lewis's argument, that there was a lack of curiosity, that it's an oversimplification, and that the lack of curiosity that he observes is a result of deeper processes. And I think that Lewis had a certain bias that is common to intellectuals, particularly intellectual historians, who think that all new ideas must come from intellectuals. So if you find intellectual stagnation at the very top, that means that the society is going to lack new ideas. Well, new ideas sometimes come from merchants. from commerce, that that they innovate themselves, and they change the way commerce is done, and the ideology follows it. Perhaps the ideology, perhaps the top intellectuals play a role in developing the ideology and to putting it in, articulating a coherent ideology, but the initial ideas actually come from below. Innovations can come from anywhere. Curiosity can emerge from any part of the society. So I felt he wasn't explaining the whole thing. He certainly is right about the lack of curiosity in the madrasas, the people who the professors in the Islamic colleges, they certainly stagnated in the 18th century. They were still stuck in ideas that were new in the 11th century, 12th century, but were not relevant to their own time. But that really didn't explain that you need to look at the entire system to identify the lack of innovation, and you had to, in this particular case, look at why, starting in the around the year 1000, when the Middle East has advanced commercial institutions, why it doesn't generate even more advanced institutions, and where the West takes similar institutions and uses them as a basis for developing more advanced institutions that then beget even more advanced institutions and new markets and new types of organizations and so on. And then they start gaining power. They affect the whole political system. Why did this not happen in the Middle East? So I had to look at the incentives in place, the incentives of merchants in the Middle Ages, and compare the incentives of merchants in the Middle East operating under Islamic law, using Islamic contractual forms, with those their counterparts in Europe. And what happened is that the commerce that was atomistic in Europe gradually became less atomistic as businesses started scaling up. And this scaling up process took place in many, many stages, generating new organizational forms. This scaling up process did not take place in the Middle East. So the people in the 19th century, early 19th century, were still operating using, were still using in commerce and finance organizational forms that could not be scaled up, and that were quite appropriate to a medieval economy, but were not suited to taking advantage of the new technologies that had emerged from Europe and that were available for being transplanted to the Middle East. So identifying those incentives, why the incentives were different differed between the Middle East and Europe was the challenge. So it wasn't what I ultimately came up with. The argument that I came up with is not one that says, okay, Islam generated the following rules, and those rules were because Islam is a conservative religion, because the ulama, the Muslim clerics were naturally conservative, opposed to innovation. So therefore, innovations didn't take place. No, absolutely not. Many innovations did take place. At every stage, you see innovations that took place, but the innovations were limited, and they were not suited to the challenges of the 19th century. Too many prerequisites were missing. And in the 19th century, when a need emerged to transplant European institutions in a hurry to be able to take advantage of new technologies. There was very little resistance from clerics. The religion did not stand in the way. And if you look at the religion early on, many of the institutions identified with Islam that became part of Islamic law that were promoted in the name of Islam actually were not generated or were not mentioned in the Quran or defined in the Quran. They were borrowed later from the Romans and the Persians. The Islamic civilization became so successful because it was actually very open early on to change. Now, eventually, as this can happen to any system, no matter how efficient initially, it can become resistant to change. It can get captured by people with a particular agenda. And of course, this happened in madrasas, people who had received an education that didn't prepare them for the world in 1600. Well, they taught what they learned and they resisted new ideas because people with new ideas would displace them, as in fact happened to them in the 20th century. Ataturk shut down all of these institutions, and you got modern universities, and there was little resistance to. There was, by that time, there were very few people who actually would protect them. So eventually, this did happen, but it's possible for organizations to get captured, and this certainly happened.
So just to sum up the sort of misconceptions you've already cleared, people have said that the religion is hostile to commerce, but you've pointed out that Middle Eastern Muslims actually dominated trade emporia in the Middle Ages, whether it's East Africa, Middle East, Central Asia, Indian Ocean. Sharia institutions were actually advanced for the time. To the speculation that Islam discourages innovation, you've said that there was lots of innovation in the Middle Ages, government organizations, tax systems, but not in a bunch of other places. And to Bernard Lewis's claim of lack of curiosity about the West, you've pointed out that they were curious enough about advances in weaponry and medicine. They translated military manuals, but no books of economic content. Another common misconception that comes up, and this is a misconception that comes up a lot in the Indian context as well, is about colonialism, where they'll say that, European imperialism kept them poor and, they sucked all the blood out and their economy suffered. And that is also something they say about India. And the truth is much more complex. It is not that this is completely false, but the truth is incredibly complex and so on and so forth. But in the context of the Middle East, what's been your response to this?
Well, of course, the same argument is made with respect to the Middle East to explain the Middle East's underdevelopment and all sorts of problems of the region. It is said that European colonizers distorted various incentives, they monopolized various markets and so on. I think this is the balance sheet of colonialism is mixed. Of course, colonizers were interested in their own in enriching those who finance colonization. They didn't come there for charity, just to do good. They were interested in advancing their own interests. But that is consistent with the notion that the colonizers also introduced all over the world, and more so in some places than others, they introduced various new institutions. They created markets that didn't exist before. They created an example through the example of their own lifestyles that they stimulated the emergence of new sectors, new ways of doing business, new ways of learning. And they have, through their presence, through their examples, they have done a lot of good to many places, including, I would say, India and including the Middle East. The many innovations that they played a role in bringing to the Middle East and India have not been discarded after the colonizers left. This is true for India. This is true for the Middle East. The stock markets that were set up by with the help of Europeans have survived their departures, and new stock markets have been opened. This has enabled the accumulation of capital, the provision of capital to large organizations, the law of corporations, law of business corporations, as well as the law of charitable corporations. This was borrowed from the West and has done a lot of good and enabled development in these societies. So it's easy to identify harms that they did and resources that they took, and the Turks will point out all the antiquities that they stole and that are in or that they took. And they will say that they tricked the Sultan into giving them priceless antiquities that are now in Berlin, in the British Museum, in Paris, at the Met, and so on. Well, the truth is more complex. These antiquities were not being protected, and the reason the Sultan said, okay, you can take it, is because that they were not valued. This is not to say that that colonizers didn't take all sorts of things without the Sultan's permission. They smuggled out all sorts of things and they have continued to do that in recent times. And the Turkish government, like the Egyptian government, not to mention the government of Greece, the government of Italy, have been suing various museums to get back certain pieces, sometimes successfully. So this is just one example of transfer of resources to the West that was done without permission, where outright theft was involved. But it's not the case that all of their business operations did harm to the region. They started various sectors, established the first manufacturing enterprises of certain kinds. Many locals learned how to operate them from foreigners. These sectors are now entirely in the hands of Middle Easterners, but Middle Easterners didn't learn all the necessary technologies and the necessary know-how, financial know-how, and technological know-how, and commercial know-how, and organizational know-how on their own. They learned a great deal from Westerners, and then they transmitted what they learned to other generations. So there are contributions that the colonizers made to the societies that they colonized. This is not widely recognized, or I should say that it's not articulated as commonly as it should. People recognize this, but it's not fashionable to say, and it's blaming the colonizers often provides a cheap alternative to exploring deeply what was wrong to begin with the colonized societies, where they actually fell behind, what mechanisms played a role in causing these societies to fall behind when they weren't behind initially. These sorts of questions are not pursued honestly in these societies, and the colonialism or the colonial harm explanation plays a role in preventing the exploration of these societies, and and in that sense, this notion that colonial harm harms these societies. Not that there isn't a grain of truth.
I love the pithy way you put it in the book, where you wrote, observing that the Middle East fell prey to European imperialism pinpoints a late symptom of underdevelopment without accounting for the economic inertia that resulted in political subjugation. And I like that formulation also, the economic inertia that resulted in political subjugation. You know, in a modern context, my friend Nitin Pai likes to say that a rising GDP is the best foreign policy. And I guess that is true across times. But I want to talk about that inertia now, where you've pinpointed that one of the key reasons that economic inertia existed in the first place, that long divergence took place, it was rooted in Islamic law. And I found that section really fascinating, where you talk about the inheritance law and the marriage laws, which kind of changed the incentives of the region completely. So tell me more about that.
So to develop commercial organizations, to develop advanced organizational forms that allow many people to pool resources with many workers, and within indefinitely living organizations, which is what is needed to exploit modern technologies efficiently, you need to have the incentive to move from simpler organizational forms to advanced forms. So in the Middle East, the two laws that you mentioned, both part of Islamic law, the Islamic inheritance system and the Islamic law of partnerships, together they limited the accumulation of capital and limited the ability to maintain successful businesses across generations. And these limitations denied the Middle East the incentives, or Middle East merchants the incentives to create more advanced organizational forms. So in this sense, Islamic commercial regulations were not designed to limit growth. They were quite well suited to conditions of the Middle Ages, where you were operating through technologies that did not require the pooling of huge amounts of capital for long periods. But when this became necessary, the absence of incentives to generate more advanced organizational forms conducive to pooling resources on a large scale for long time periods, this started to bite. And so what was the law of partnerships was a law of contracts that allowed you and me, if you had capital and I was willing to provide labor, I had particular skills that are valuable to you, we could form a partnership to do commerce, and we could renew the contract again and again if we're both satisfied with the outcome. We're both profiting, but if we for our partnership, once we go or we retire from business, that partnership is gone. Now, another thing is, if in spite of the contract law, we do establish together an organization, you as the capital provider, an organization that employs lots and lots of people, okay, and it's a successful business, neither of us is able to pass that business on to the next generation. And there we come to the Islamic law of inheritance, which was quite egalitarian for the Middle Ages. It wasn't completely egalitarian. It gave half share to women in the family as opposed to the men of the same status. So the daughter got half as much as a son, mother got half as much as a father, and so on. Now, what matters here is that everybody did get a share, and it was impossible for a successful businessman to disinherit anyone or to designate a particular person as the recipient, as was possible in Europe. Europe had a quite inegalitarian, or there were many inheritance systems in Europe, but one that became very popular in places that did lead the Industrial Revolution, the Low Countries, England, northern Germany, parts of France that industrialized first. These places had primogeniture, so the business went in its entirety to a single person. Now, this is not a just perhaps if they're five sons, four of them don't get any part of the business, daughters don't get anything. It's not fair to them, but it does have one advantage in terms of economic development, which is that it gives the son to develop the skills to continue the business, knowing, I'm talking about the oldest son, to knowing that the business will fall to him, and he inherits a business that he knows how to operate and steps in his father's shoes, and he can take that business and grow it some more. A successful business doesn't disappear. Now, when you have successful businesses that are continuing across generations and it's going to grow more, it's natural for people to want a legal system that is going to allow this to happen smoothly. This is the sort of thing that happened precisely because a need arose, precisely because you had long living and growing businesses, and as businesses grow, you have information problems, information acquisition problems, communication problems emerge, and so moving to a different organizational form becomes advantageous to solve problems that didn't arise when your business was much smaller. This sort of thing did not happen in the Middle East. This dynamic did not get started in the Middle East because capital was being dissipated. You have not a single example of a business dynasty that continued several generations, with each generation adding to the business and expanding it in one direction or another, the way we had in Italy already in the 1100s, 1200s, not to mention in later times, there are all sorts of business families like the Medicis that stay in business numerous generations and grow a great deal. This does not happen. So these laws that were well suited to the Middle Ages and perhaps were more egalitarian than the counterparts elsewhere. In this case, I'm referring to the inheritance system, did have unintended and unanticipated consequences because they didn't incentivize. They were not created with a particular dynamic in mind. They were not created in order to limit economic growth, but they did have that effect. So the institutions that did not emerge organically from below through innovations, not by intellectuals, but innovations by merchants and financiers, these had to, the necessary legal framework had to be transplanted from abroad. And of course, when it was transplanted, there was a learning process to operating under the new organizational forms. You can't from one day to the next move from an atomistic commercial sector to one where you have large players and expect everybody to trust the large players and be comfortable instead of dealing with somebody known to the family, to dealing with an impersonal organization. This takes time, and this is one of the reasons why the catching up process in India, in the Middle East, and various other places is taking many generations.
So I found it really fascinating how Islamic law per se, does not have an issue with the number of partners or the duration of a company. Recontracting is possible. All of that is there. But indirectly, their inheritance laws play such a big part. And, at that time, in the thousands, you look at the economic, at circa 1000 AD, you look at the economic institutions are pretty much equal. And it would seem that in the Middle East, you have, more egalitarian laws. But the inheritance laws, as you point out, 2/3 of the entire estate of a man is reserved for extended relatives. Female share is one half of male share. It's just messy. And what this does is that property doesn't stay intact over generations, and therefore, as you've pointed out in the book, a lot of partnership will really be a question of, if I supply something to you, for one particular shipment we make a partnership, but for the next shipment we make another partnership. And that's just crazy. You've got a great phrase, small and simple and ephemeral companies. So as you've pointed out, all the way to the 17th century, your typical partnership is just two people. 90% of partnerships are just two people, maybe three, maybe four. The largest you point out was a 23% partnership that lasted 3 months. But there are very few people involved. You don't have joint stock companies. They don't last. And because they don't last, and you've got limited partners, you can't accumulate capital, you can't aim for scale. Because of that, a legal system that would support that doesn't evolve. Because of that, initiatives that would come into play, like modern accounting, double entry bookkeeping, etc., they don't happen. And it seems that they are just kind of stuck there. And imperialism, as you say, happens much later. It's like a symptom of their weakness rather than a cause of their poverty. So tell me a bit about how this then begins to change. Like, first of all, you point out how innovations always come from below, and I completely agree with that, where innovations happen for the right incentives. So, of course, they will happen from below, from merchants, from traders and inventors and so on and so forth. But what is the discourse of the time, for example, within the Middle East? Like, are there people who realize that there are these institutional problems? Is it kosher to, did anyone else before you blame Islamic law for this? And how does change eventually happen?
So there are some changes that actually occur, that certain innovations are actually made, but they don't resonate with anyone. So nothing happens. So you mentioned accounting, which modern accounting, double entry bookkeeping arrives, becomes, is widely adopted in the Middle East in the 19th century, and it comes from, and the borrowing is from the West, modern accounting. Now, this is not for lack of imagination, because there are, even before double entry bookkeeping spreads in Europe, there's at least one merchant in the Middle East who writes a manual describing a new, very useful accounting system. And he ends up using it in his own businesses. And he writes a book. So the book is available in numerous libraries that has been come down to the present, in numerous libraries in Baghdad and in Egypt, in Istanbul. So it was available, but it was not perceived as useful, because if we are dealing with ephemeral partnerships involving few people, we don't need a standardized system, because we're not establishing a company with a changing workforce, with the new people coming in needing to understand what the earlier people had done. And so if it's just two people who know each other well, who trust each other well, they can develop whatever accounting system they want, and they can keep records in a way that is intelligible to both. Now, so for that reason, even though double entry bookkeeping was developed, it wasn't adopted widely. And in fact, people were not, until accounting historians pointed out that double entry bookkeeping had been invented in the Middle East independently of the West. Middle Easterners were not aware that this was actually something, an accounting system that was actually present in their own culture. It came to the Middle East, as I said, as a Western innovation. So some innovations had already taken place, but they hadn't really taken root in the commercial culture or the financial culture. Other innovations had took place, but were not granted legitimacy in the sense of becoming part of the law that is taught through judges so that they can adjudicate cases, conflicts involving the new ways of doing business. So there were reforms that took place. A very rudimentary, decentralized stock market emerged in the Middle East already in the 1600s, 1700s. Now, it was not like the stock markets that had already emerged in London and Amsterdam that involved a building where all stock transactions were recorded. You could check to see whether the stocks that were being sold to you by Mr. A actually belonged to Mr. A and that there wasn't any fraud, or you could go back and look at the history of the stock, which is what stock markets do. Also, stock markets ensure that you don't pay too much for the shares that you're buying, because all shares are being traded at the same time. There's a market an arbitrage is taking place. So it wasn't a stock market in that sense, but company shares were bought and sold quite widely in various cities, and judges were recording these, but not dealing with disputes involving them. Merchants had to resolve this on their own, and not providing any centralized registry. So this was open to fraud. I could sell you shares of a company that I have in one court, and then I could find somebody else, and 5 minutes later at that other court sell the same shares. So now this is not something that could happen in the London exchange. And of course, when modern stock market opened in Istanbul and Alexandria and Cairo, the traditional stock market disappeared because the Western innovation was superior. So there were some innovations that did take place, but because of the limitations of the various other limitations, they weren't as advanced as alternatives developed elsewhere. But many necessary innovations did not take place because the incentives were not there. For example, the business corporation wasn't developed. The joint stock company didn't develop from below because there were no incentives to develop it. Now, did people recognize what was the problems? Did the reforms that ultimately took place by borrowing all sorts of institutions from the West, just transplanting them in its entirety, taking a commercial code, the French commercial code, and translating it, and with minor differences, just making it your own commercial system. This ultimately did happen, which happened because the elites of various societies recognized that they had fallen behind, recognized that their legal system was hopelessly inadequate, and that the incentives to develop something new were not there, and it made sense just to borrow this legal system, along with legal specialists who could interpret it for a while. You did have in the Middle East foreign judges who initially, after a new commercial code was adopted, helped adjudicate cases and trained new lawyers, and eventually, of course, locals took over. Now, before that, there are people who recognize that something is wrong. They recognize that they are falling behind. And one reaction is, of course, to look to the past and say, we used to be honest and now there's so much corruption, and that's the cause, that we just need to put more emphasis on honesty, and we need to enforce Islamic law, Islamic norms more tightly. They're looking to a glorious past, and they're trying to revive that. But not everyone is. There are some people who sense that there is something to learn from the West. Sultans and elites recognized already in the 1700s that there's something to be learned from the West, and they send their trusted aides to the West to go there and live there for 6 months, 9 months, a year, and come back with a report. What is it that we could do to give our own merchants, or enable our merchants to compete with the Western merchants that are taking over all sorts of markets? What is it that we can do to stimulate our financial markets and provide more capital? They do send people to the West, and these people are quite open to things that are different in the West, and they do report them. The problem is they don't notice some things that are critical to Western success, but that they have no frame to place it in. So I'll give you a concrete example. An aide who sent in the late 1700s to Europe, specifically to Vienna and some German cities, to observe what it is that can be transplanted to the Middle East, goes and is particularly intrigued by the bureaucracy, the efficiency of the Habsburg bureaucracy, and spends so much time studying how there are various departments, divisions, things that are, and specializations, and reports that there are these specializations, and that offers the opinion that the bureaucrats, Ottoman bureaucrats, are not being given the right skills. Too much emphasis is being placed on a good calligraphy and things, but there are other skills that bureaucrats should have. That learning foreign languages is important if you're going to understand your rivals in the West. Some things he reports, but he doesn't. In all the time that he spends in Europe, he doesn't notice that there's a stock market. It does, even though there's, he notices big buildings where a certain type of trade is taking place. He doesn't know where to place this, and what good is coming of this. Why would you need it? And in fact, there is no, in the atomized economy, where you have just small companies or small ephemeral partnerships that are going to dissolve. I mean, you don't need this. So some innovations are not reported. Of course, by 100 years later, by then people recognize this, because you have the companies who have shares traded in Amsterdam or London or other stock markets, or Paris, other stock markets in Europe. They open branches in the Middle East. People start trading the stocks of companies that have major branches or subsidiaries in the Middle East. So people become aware of how capital is raised, and how capital in the Middle East is being raised to support these companies that are headquartered elsewhere. And it occurs to people that they might as well use something like a similar organization to raise capital for local companies, locally based companies that are going to be that are not going to be transferring profits abroad. And they realize that if you're going to have a stock market, you have to have a legal system to support companies whose share large companies whose shares would be trading. So gradually, people recognize the need for a new commercial system, a new commercial code that will replace Islamic law that would and that would limit initially the reach of Islamic law. You would essentially be taking commerce out of the scope of Islamic courts, and you would set up specialized commercial courts which would enforce Western laws and adjudicate cases, disputes involving companies established under Islamic laws. The need gradually arises, and then people who go to Europe to make observations in Europe and write reports, they're much more sophisticated because they start reporting about the European banking system, comparing the European banking system to the primitive credit market, in atomized credit market, in credit markets, I should say, in the Middle East, and they now can report, and they're interested in the stock markets, and of course they're interested in a lot of other aspects of the modern economy. So this happens gradually, but you cannot even notice everything about a different system at the moment that you recognize you have a problem, and transplanting some institutions would be useful.
And I'm struck by how, all of this complexity that developed in European institutions began with something as primitive as primogenitor, and just to define that for my listeners, it really means that your eldest son gets all the property. So there's no divvying it up. One definite person gets a property. That changes the incentives. You can plan for the future, and therefore you can plan for scale, and you can pump in money, and incentives are completely different. And in all the countries where, this is popular, Scandinavian countries, most of England, northern France, Belgium, Holland, parts of Switzerland, the economy takes off because of this incentive, and because companies are getting bigger, and firms are not small and simple and ephemeral, as you put it. You've got scale, you've got innovations like modern accounting, you've eventually got the joint stock company. And of course, once you have the joint stock company, the inheritance laws no longer matter, because what difference does it make? The company keeps surviving and all of that. But for it to emerge in the first place, you kind of needed this. And that strikes me as such an irony, that when you, for example, state that one reason that, the Middle East remained poor for so long was Islamic law, people will interpret that as a criticism of Islamic law. But actually, the Islamic law in question was pretty progressive for its time, much more egalitarian than Western law. It is just a completely unforeseen consequence that, this stuff happens. Tell me also about the other fascinating aspect of it, where you point out that outside of commerce, institutions with indefinite lives and capital were possible. And you talk about waqfs in particular. So tell me a little bit about that, about these institutions. And, and again, they seem to be magnificent innovations when they first come up with the best intentions, this is for the good of society, but unintended consequences and etc. etc. So tell me more about that.
Huge unintended consequences, and I deal with them both in The Long Divergence and Freedoms Delayed, with emphasis on politics in one and economics in the.
Tell me both
other.
Aspects.
A waqf is an Islamic trust that is established by a single individual, never a group. This is important. A single individual who specifies in the waqf deed that is filed in court, specifies how the resources that he or she is immobilizing, is making part of the waqf's endowment, will be used in perpetuity. What services will be provided, who will, what groups will benefit. Now, this is not the waqf was not part of the initial Islamic institutional complex. It's not mentioned in the Quran. There is no trusted recollection of the Prophet's life that involves a waqf. Now, as far as we know, the earliest waqf was established in the 8th century, about 100 years after the rise of Islam, in response to the insecurity of top elites. The top elites were, apart from the ruler, the sultan, were typically in that period military officials who had participated in the conquest of Iraq and Syria and other places. They were given large land grants. The problem, the reason they felt insecure is that the land that, of course, made them very wealthy people, the land could be taken away from them during their lifetime, so that they couldn't leave it then to their children. So it made them not only themselves insecure, but their children insecure. And so the sultans realized that to earn the loyalty of their top elites, they needed to give them a way of gaining security. But the sultan wanted, in giving them the ability to establish waqfs that could be used partly or largely for their own benefit in perpetuity, and that could be used to transfer, to circumvent the Islamic inheritance system and transfer large resources, like huge plots of productive land, to descendants. The Sultan realized that in giving this right to his top elites, he was earning their loyalty, but in return for that loyalty, he gets something in return. So the quid pro quo was that their waqfs had to provide some charitable services that would benefit people other than their own family. And so this served the sultans well, because the social services that were provided by waqfs increased their legitimacy. They often were established in strategic areas in the cities, which were especially important to secure. Sultans were afraid of riots in cities that could diminish their authority, that could topple them. So a norm got established whereby wealthy people set up waqfs that could be used partly to provide them security and provide wealth that they could leave to their descendants simply by appointing an older son, for example, as the next executor, and appoint other members of the family to various positions to provide services with a handsome salary, so they could take care of their family, give them security, and at the same time contribute to the legitimacy, building the legitimacy of their empire or their state. Now, the population at large, people who were not elites, which was the vast majority of the population, also benefited, because these waqfs provided all sorts of services as charity for free. There were bathhouses, there were hospitals that they built, soup kitchens, roads, bridges, parks, mosques, you name it, schools that benefited people. And people saw the waqf system as something that was giving them all sorts of things for free. So This was a win-win-win for everybody in society. And the Sultan, of course, had less to worry about in terms of providing social services. As needs arose, these were communicated among the top elites what was needed, and invariably there was somebody, rising commander or rising bureaucrat who made enough money to be able to establish a waqf, and he started looking for security. And of course, he didn't establish just a random service. He established a service that was particularly needed, which also kept him in the good graces of the sultans. This was a magnificent system at one level, a win-win-win system that allowed empires to prosper, to receive all sorts of services. It lifted many burdens from the shoulders of sultans. They didn't have to worry about providing services themselves. Local elites built the necessary services. And travelers to the region would, in their travel books, comment on how well served the locals were, how many services they were, and they marveled at the fact that these services were for free. So this was a system that, and urbanization was higher in the Middle East for many centuries. After the rise of the Waqf and the spread of Waqfs, and part of the reason was the Waqf and all the services that they provided. They enabled cities to grow. Now, for all these benefits and advantages, the Waqf had a serious economic drawback. It also had a political drawback in terms of political development, which I will come to next. But let me start with the economic drawback, which is that not even the founder of a Waqf was entitled under the law to change the deed. The deed was established, you couldn't, except by using through corruption, you could not alter the way the resources were used. So this had the effect of the fact that waqfs, the use of resources placed in waqfs, could not be redirected, had the effect that over long periods of time, especially if technologies were changing and needs were changing, relative prices were changing, it prevented the reallocation of resources. It denied resources to new sectors that would be beneficial to develop. Now, I should point out that resources placed in a waqf, immobilized within a waqf, were considered sacred. So this made the waqfs quite safe. Expropriation was quite common in the Middle East up to modern times, but whereas private property could be expropriated by sultans, and was, of course, and more in some periods than others, more in some places than others, waqfs were rarely touched. So, as you can imagine, a lot of resources flowed into these waqfs that locked resources into particular uses and prevented the reallocation of resources. Depending on the part of the Middle East, depending on the city, up to 40, 50, even 60% of all private resources could be immobilized in waqfs. Now, this wasn't a huge problem, although it was a problem even in the 1500s, 1600s, but it wasn't a huge problem in that through corruption, there could be leakages and resources could be released, and over time and eventually redeployed in a different way. It became a huge problem when technology started changing dramatically, and and making a city have a proper water supply of water was no longer a matter of establishing 600 water fountains, each by a different waqf, each with its own endowment. It was a matter now of providing, developing a utility or a government agency or municipal agency that would provide, that would supply water, piped water to businesses and to homes. Well, when the technology was available to do this, connect pipes from a dam to provide running water throughout a city, the resources that would be needed for such a system existed. The Waqfs had a lot of wealth, controlled a lot of wealth, but they financed an out-of-date form of supplying, method for supplying water through fountains. Those resources could not be used, under the law, those resources could not be used to fund now a new water system. And so, and I could give you many, many other such examples. And so what happened is that the resources could not be reallocated rapidly enough without dismantling the Waqf system. And this ultimately, partly through corruption, through various privatizations that should never have occurred under the law, with clerics signing off on them, allowing Waqfs to be, all the valuable resources in Waqfs to be privatized, leaving them with their less productive resources, so they couldn't provide the services and eventually, just went bankrupt. But states also started using one excuse or the other to effectively nationalize these Waqfs. So the old Waqf system is gone throughout the Middle East, but this took a long time. Reallocating the resources took 2 centuries, 2.5 centuries, where if the resources had not been frozen within Waqfs, the resources could have been reallocated more quickly. So this became a factor, this magnificent system, Waqf system, that allowed the provision of high-quality social services by standards of the time to huge cities in a decentralized way that libertarians would love, within autonomous organizations. This became a handicap later. So again, a system that is working quite well, an Islamic system that is working quite well, becomes a handicap later. Now, there's also a political effect, which is that the Waqfs are set up as apolitical organizations. One of the reasons why groups are not allowed to establish Waqfs, and only individuals, is to avoid empowering collectivities. Because if 5 people establish it, then, why not 10? Why not 50? Why not 500? And you can have people immobilizing resources within organizations, collective organizations that can challenge the ruler's authority. But these organizations, these Waqfs, could have served, in principle, these Waqfs could have served as the starting points for civil society. But that didn't happen. We don't have any example of Waqfs serving as the collective voice of the constituency that was receiving services. Waqfs also, the authority to run the Waqf was given to a single individual, the caretaker of the Waqf. Initially, that was the founder, and then there were usually it was the founder's son or relative or somebody eventually appointed by clerics. It was always a single person. The constituents, the beneficiaries, the intended beneficiaries of the service, the intended beneficiaries of a hospital, of a school, had absolutely no say in operating it. They could not put pressure on the Waqf's management, the caretaker, to modernize something, to improve the efficiency of the delivery of services. They had no right to do this. The Waqf caretaker was under no obligation to share any information about the resources, about or to consult the beneficiaries about how services could be improved. In under the law, he just followed the deed, and that was it. And it was ultimately his interpretation of the deed. If he wildly misinterpreted in principle, the courts could come after him, and the courts could remove a caretaker who was abusing his authority. And occasionally this did happen, but often clerics just became the partners in crime, and for a cut they just let the caretaker, a dishonest caretaker, embezzle money. So beneficiaries could not had no power over the Waqf. Many beneficiaries could not use the resources of the Waqf to project power. They could not. The Waqf did not provide them any forum for discussing their common needs, and therefore, to cut a long story short, this is developed in much greater detail in Freedoms Delayed. They did not establish the elements of a civil society. There isn't a single example from the Middle East of a movement, a reform movement that was based in Waqfs. There isn't a single ideology or new belief system about what is needed to solve society's problems that emerged through Waqfs, that was channeled through multiple Waqfs cooperating. There isn't a single example of a coalition of Waqfs, that there's no association of fountain Waqfs or hospital Waqfs was formed to solve the shared problems of hospitals or the shared problems of fountains, what to lobby the government for services that the government could provide to make their services more efficient. Nothing like this emerges. So even though huge resources were controlled by Waqfs, they were politically impotent. And so this is among the reasons why individual freedoms didn't develop in the Middle East, why the Middle East lacks even a single democracy now, why it is the least democratic part of the world, why it is the most unfree or the least free region of the world. It has a lot to do with the Waqf. Once again, the Waqf system was not developed in order to prevent reduce political development in the long run and block democracies. When Waqf law was developed, the Sultan, of course, had an interest in preventing Waqfs being used for establishing coalitions, but the Sultan couldn't have imagined the economic harm that this would do, the absence of political power held by Waqf, what it would do in the long run. But this was among the unintended, unanticipated consequences of the Middle East, is that apart from being economically underdeveloped, it's also the least free part of the world.
It's just so fascinating that something that starts out so well can go in such unexpected directions. Like, what can be a better institutional innovation at the time than the voluntary private provision of public goods? It just seems absolutely mind blowing. But then, when it comes to those public goods like water supply, that's such a great example you gave. The tech changes, the use changes, the scale changes, and suddenly you have 100 wafs which have been told, okay, build a water fountain a year, but no one needs water fountains anymore. You also, in one of your talks, gave a great example of this caravanserai of Zazadin set up in 1237 AD, where the idea is that this is a place where tourists and travelers rest, they're taken care of, and this is what the money has to be spent for. But around 1600, the Silk Route loses its importance, and that is no longer a trade route. So it is almost there like a ghost caravanserai. No one comes there, nothing is happening, but you can't do anything. You can't divert the money elsewhere. So a lot of that money just becoming what Hernando de Soto would probably call debt capital. Like, it literally kinda is like that. It's not being put to any use. It's just debt capital. There's such a huge opportunity cost to that, and something that starts out as a great innovation goes to hell like this. And you talk about the voluntary private provision of public goods, but then the point is and they're doing this like way before the West has come up with municipalities and all that. But the point is, municipalities are at least notionally accountable to the people. These guys aren't even accountable to the people, so the people won't get what they want. These guys have their capital stuck. Everything is dysfunctional. Nothing is working, and it's such a kind of a crazy story. But as you point out, it sort of begins to change in the middle of the 19th century in the Ottoman Empire. You talk about Sultan Abdul Majid I, who sets up the first joint stock company of the time, and various other innovations. I was looking through a list of them, and it kind of seems that and as you point out, it coincides with the fact that many foreigners, many Westerners are coming there, they're doing business, and they are so well off, and the locals are not well off at all. So obviously they will start copying, perhaps at first the external mannerisms and trappings, but then eventually go deeper, look at the institutions and all of that. So tell me a little bit about how the change kind of begins to happen, because even though that joint stock company is set up in 1851, it's only in the early 19th century that process really gets regularized. So tell me about this.
20th century. Yes.
Early 20th century. That's what I meant. Sorry, early 1900s.
Yes,
I meant.
Yes.
So great. So tell me more about those processes of change then, because what then happens is, from that point on, the Middle East is actually growing at pretty much the same pace as the West, but except starting from a much lower base. So what do you do?
So it's not really catching up. It's just So the joint stock company example is quite significant. The Sultan, the fact that he establishes a joint stock company and then establishes others, it indicates that the Sultan recognizes, and of course the elites around the Sultan, his aides, by the middle of the 19th century, they recognize that scale of business, scaling up is critical, that the businesses established under Islamic law cannot use modern technologies. They will not contribute to the catch-up process, and he sets up his first joint stock company as a prototype. Now it's a successful marine transportation company that outlasts Abdul Majid and provides useful services into the 20th century. So it's a very good prototype, and people admire it. People use the boats of this company to cross from one side of Istanbul to the other, the Asiatic to the European, and the other way around. They admire the company, but the explosion of joint stock companies that Abdul Majid is hoping to stimulate through this company, it doesn't happen. And it doesn't happen because various prerequisites are missing. For one thing, you don't have yet a legal system that is capable of even registering these companies. You need that. And this company was established under his patronage, with him being the largest shareholder, and people bought stock in it under the presumption, which turned out to be reasonable, that the Sultan had so much riding on the success of this maritime transportation company that he would make sure that these shares in the company remain valuable. And in fact, they did. The investors in it did make money, and the Sultan made sure that everybody heard about this, and so that to encourage people to establish joint stock companies and to issue shares. Now, why didn't other people establish it? Well, before long, there was a legal framework for establishing these. People were still reluctant to establish joint stock companies under Ottoman law. They established, if they were to establish a joint stock company, it was headquartered in Berlin or London or Paris, even if it was set up to do business exclusively in the Ottoman Empire, because if there was a conflict, you could be fairly certain that you could sue somebody in a French court or a British court, and that the judges would understand the nature of the dispute. You could get a fair trial, and initially people didn't have much confidence that this would happen in the Ottoman Empire. So this was one problem. Another problem was that people weren't comfortable with the notion, locals weren't comfortable with the notion of legal personhood. The idea that there could be a non-human entity that could sue people or that could be sued. This was not something that people were familiar with, so they didn't trust these impersonal organizations. And initially, in dealing with the first Western banks that were established in the Middle East, they were asked to establish branches elsewhere. Of course, because they were so useful, they were so popular. People from all over the empire came to, let's say, the Ottoman Bank headquarters and said, establish a branch here, a branch there to make personal loans and commercial loans. Well, the branching activity initially went slowly, and part of the reason is that it took a while for people to understand that when you're dealing with an impersonal organization, you obey rules that can't be bent. So if you a 1-year loan that you take from your cousin, can be the 1 year can be somewhat flexible, and you can call up your cousin and say, could I repay you? Give me another month or something, or if I repay a third of it now, and these kinds of things typically will happen in families. But that's not the way a bank operates. I mean, a bank is giving you a loan at a particular interest rate under the assumption that the money is going to come back within a year. If you start stretching that, the bank is going to have to charge you extra, because there's an opportunity cost to the bank of receiving, having restitution take a year and 3 months as opposed to a year. And so the bank is going to be more rigid. Of course, people wouldn't take no from the bank. They did what they would do in other contexts where they were dealing with an organization, dealing with a state, let's say a state official. If they got no for an answer, they looked for somebody they knew. They went back home and asked a relative, do you know anybody, who's above the person who said no to me, who can do a favor for me? And they started looking for people they knew in the bank. And so it took a while for people to learn how to operate in an economy dominated by impersonal entities. And so this slowed down the branching process. It slowed down the establishment of joint stock companies, of large companies. And it's why initially, going back to your comment about colonization and imperialism, it's why initially the British and the French and other Europeans who set up businesses in the Middle East were successful where locals were not, because the locals who worked in a local company were themselves accustomed to doing favors for their relatives and so on. They didn't, even the people working for the companies were not quite accustomed to dealing with impersonal organizations. And so Western organizations run by Westerners who were accustomed to impersonal organizations had an advantage for a while. And it was through Westerners that the Middle East, and this would apply, I'm sure, to India as well, they learned to transition from a personal economy where you deal primarily with relatives or to people known to your relatives. You operate within a network of people who know each other, where you can bend agreements and expect reciprocal favors, moving from that type of economy to a predominantly impersonal economy where you don't do such favors. And of course, the move has not been completed either in India or in Turkey, because still in many situations where people have a problem with an organization, their initial instinct is to find somebody in the organization whom they know or who is known to a friend, to pull some strings and put them at the head of the queue or to make an exception for them. And this, of course, is a cost of doing business in these countries. There's corruption in involving private corporations there, and for that reason, companies set up in the local companies need many more layers of monitors because of the corruption that takes place, which is of course a cost of business. So and this is an indication of an incomplete transition, of an incomplete catch-up process. It's if catch-up is incomplete in terms of living standards, one of the reasons is that it's incomplete in terms of business culture.
So that's really sort of a fascinating narrative of why the Middle East was held back by actually great laws with great intentions that just had these unforeseen consequences. Let's move on from economics to politics right now. One of the burning questions of our times is, where is Islam's reformation in a sense, or can it be interpreted in liberal ways? As we mentioned earlier, as you've pointed out in your book, we've had schisms within Islam in modern times, but there have been schisms like the Muslim Brotherhood and ISIS coming up and asking for a stricter version of Islam. And the real question is that, where are the liberal versions coming from? Are they even possible? And one interesting sort of cautionary point that you make is that do not confuse liberals with mere secularists. We spoke about Ataturk earlier, and with his love of ballroom dancing. You mentioned the Pahlavi dynasty, the Shahs of Iran between 1925 and 1979, and their decree to get people to unveil. And especially Bourguiba of Tunisia, I didn't know about this. He was in charge between 57 and 87, and he was so against Ramadan fasting that during that time he actually went on television and insulted the people who were fasting by continuously sipping orange juice, which the television would then show on loop. So it's like an animated GIF forever there, where the president is sipping orange juice while people are supposed to fast, and I found that absolutely hilarious.
He did this deliberately.
Yeah.
He deliberately decided, even though he was not an orange juice drinker at that time, he deliberately drank, and went on television to rub it in. Now, this was, and of course, people took it as an insult and as a way of belittling the fasters. So, anyway, I'm sorry I interrupted.
Yeah, no, but I mean, sugar is poison, so he was really harming himself while trolling his
Yes.
people. But, so my question was, I wanted you to make that distinction between secularists and liberalizers kind of clear for me.
So the secularists were not necessarily people who wanted to advance religious freedoms. Some of them some of them interpreted secularism as the freedom to operate in spheres without having to encounter religion. And the farthest that they were willing to go was to allow people to practice religion in the privacy of their homes, outside the public sphere, as long as they didn't bring it into the public sphere. And as long as government offices were free of religion, schools were free of religions, or anything that would remind them of religion. Religious dress, the veil that would signal Islamic piety, they didn't want to see it, similar to the French rule against having a symbol of any religion in schools, such as a cross or the Star of David or veil for women. So it was freedom from religion, but they were not willing to allow the freedom to practice religion as one wanted. And wherever one wanted, it forced people who were genuinely religious to disguise their identity and practice religion only in private. Now, today in the Middle East, there are still ardent, assertive secularists who do not want religion to be practiced in the public sphere, but many secularists now are what I call passive secularists, in that they want the right to be irreligious, to have nothing to do with religion, and they want the freedom to be able to express the reasons why they're not religious. But at the same time, they don't want to take away the right to practice a religion. Now, so there are liberals in the Middle East who are willing to grant pious people the right to interpret Islam in rigid ways, in ways that promote the veil and promote what they themselves would consider antiquated or out of date. But they would, if they are religious, they would like to interpret religion differently. And Islam does lend itself to alternative interpretations. There's nothing in the Quran that requires women to veil. The Quran can be interpreted from start to finish as allowing free entry as well as free exit from the religion. There is nothing to keep in the Quran that would keep people from interpreting religion in ways that allow flexibility many flexibilities during Ramadan that would allow health concerns, health needs to trump the religious requirement, the fast dawn to dusk, regardless of where you are, whether you're at the equator or as in northern Scandinavia. There is a constituency for a more modern interpretation, liberal interpretation of Islam, a more tolerant interpretation of Islam, but they're not organized, and there has been no Protestant Reformation that an analog to the Protestant Reformation, or an analog to Reform Judaism, which have emerged in Eastern Europe in the 19th century among people who wanted the freedom to do business on Sabbath, to interact with non-Jews or Gentiles, to adopt the lifestyles of Gentiles, to be able to do business with them, to join their clubs as a means of doing business, of learning from them, of going to attending schools that emphasize modern science and modern literature as opposed to traditional Jewish learning. They created Reform Judaism, which was a much more permissive, much more tolerant variant of Judaism. So that was a schism within Judaism. We haven't seen anything equivalent in Islam. It is not for a lack of liberal manifestos by. There are in every language of the Middle East or the Muslim world, there are many writings by pious people providing an alternative interpretation of the religion. They do have some followers, admirers, but this hasn't translated into a new variant of Islam in the sense of having its own places of worship, mosques that are, say, Reform mosques, as opposed to traditional mosques that have their own standards of what the requirements in Ramadan are, their own festivities, their own interpretations of the punishment for this or that. This has not emerged anywhere. Even if there do exist small communities of people who share these beliefs, why? Why haven't they gotten come together? Even though they exist, millions of such people exist. Why haven't they come together to establish new mosques with their own rules and an alternative interpretation of Islam? Because and the reason is that they would be cancelled, so to speak, instantly. They would be accused of blasphemy. They would be accused of apostasy, and it could lead to mob violence against them. And so they're afraid of this, and even people with a lot of power, and that includes Ataturk, who did toy with the idea for a while of modernizing Turkish Islam by setting up mosques that would operate differently, and to change. He toyed with the idea of changing the liturgy, changing the way Islam would be taught, changing the way it would be interpreted, and he toyed with the idea of training a new cadre of Muslim clerics who would interpret Islam differently. But he ultimately gave up the idea for the same reason that people today, 100 years later, are afraid to launch a liberal variant of Islam. He was afraid that a reaction, even though he was a war hero, he was greatly admired, he was loved in many respects, that this would be a step too far, that even he would become an enemy of the people, would be treated as an enemy of the religion. So he decided to, after toying with the idea of trying to modernize the religion, he decided simply to suppress it. Now, there's an asymmetry that you pointed out, that we do see schisms in the more rigid direction, in the stricter direction, ISIS, Muslim Brotherhood, that demand people to spend more time on religion, that demand people to take religious requirements more seriously, religious constraints more, to treat them as binding, not make compromises in the name of modernity, and so why have we seen the more rigid reinterpretations, and why have they managed to develop large movements? And of course, Pakistan has had Jamaat-e-Islami and their various other religious movements that have all been in the direction of more strictness and accusing people in power of being too lax in enforcing Islam. Why this asymmetry? Why not a single liberal movement that makes a break with traditional Islam and establishes its own places of worship and establishes its own rules? It's because the liberal people are not willing to use force to achieve their aims. But the other side is willing to use force, and it considers using force to protect Islam as entirely legitimate. They interpret the religion as allowing you to do that. Now, if you interpret Islam as a religion that allows various interpretations and prohibits using force to convince others, to promote your own interpretation, your own movement, potential movement is going to be handicapped. It won't get off the ground. So I think this is where this is an asymmetry, and I think if a liberal movement emerges, and sooner or later I think Islam will be reinterpreted, I think the movement will have to emerge from within traditional Islam, people who have impeccable credentials, Islamic credentials, will have to make a break with the past and reinterpret the religion. It is unlikely to come from people who are recognized today as Westernized Muslims or nominal Muslims. They will easily be labeled as outsiders who are trying to hijack the religion, who are trying to damage the religion. So it's just as I was talking, this is not in the book, but it just occurred to me as I was speaking. The Protestant Reformation was launched by somebody who was a theologian and who had impeccable religious credentials. This is something that it wasn't a scientist who started the Protestant Reformation. And of course, but there were other leaders of the Protestant Reformation other than Luther. They were religious leaders, and so I think that this is probably going to come from them. But once somebody from within the religious establishment in Egypt or Turkey, somebody who has impeccable religious credentials, makes a break, the needed followers are ready. So I think that now, when exactly this would happen, I cannot predict this. It might be 10 years from now, it might be 100 years from now, but sooner or later there will be a break within Islam. Religiosity, interestingly, is falling in many countries of the Middle East, including Iran and Turkey, Egypt, and Saudi Arabia. These are the big countries of the Middle East where if a reformation or something like a liberal variant of Islam it emerges, it is bound to have shockwaves that will be felt elsewhere, and that it will inspire similar movements in other parts of the Middle East.
Yeah, I mean, it's a sign of hope, as you've pointed out, that your book is not called Freedoms Denied, it is called Freedoms Delayed. But the question is, you haven't specified delayed by how much. There is a law of truly large numbers. Given a large enough sample size, even the most unlikely things will happen. And I see the dilemma at the heart of it, and what the secularists were trying to do, where the secularists were like, let's just push it to another room. Let's just, push it to another domain, and etc., etc. Whereas the liberal hope is that, no, it can be reformed. The problem is a rigid interpretation of it. They can be it can be made more liberal. But I suspect that there is a little bit of a game theory problem, like a bell the cat kind of problem. The bell the cat problem is basically that there are a bunch of mice, and there is a cat which keeps coming and marauding among them. And one of them has the great idea that let's put a bell around the neck of the cat, so whenever we hear the bell, we can get out of the way. But the problem is, who's going to be the one to go out there and bell the cat? Because that poor creature is extremely unlikely to actually survive the task. And I suspect this might be a reason why speaking out from within, especially the more prominent you already are within the establishment, the harder it becomes for you to speak out. And I'm just wondering if, rather than a revolutionary change like the Reformation indeed, are there gradual shifts possible? Like you've pointed out that in the context of companies, there has been that gradual shift where 1850 onwards till the early 1900s, you actually had joint stock corporations set up, and you had that particular problem solved. And it wasn't a problem that had its basis in Islamic law, because as you said earlier, Islamic law had no, it did not bar any number of people or the duration of a company or anything like that. So it was a smooth shift that happened. And I would imagine that there are there other smooth shifts possible? Because like one key smooth shift which might be possible is, for example, like you've pointed to low-hanging fruit, like certain rituals, like call to prayers at certain times and all that, and people, moderate Muslims can unite behind that, behind not having those. But also there is, half the Muslims are women, right? And gender is such a big issue. Is that something that one can unite behind, or does it then again become a question of who will speak out first, who will bell the cat, or are there gradual reformations possible?
So again, I think that in the case of women, the movement would have to originate from conservative societies where they support the right of women to decide whether they're going to veil or not, and they would have to establish that even though they are veiled, that the decision not to wear a veil is not an indicator of piety, and it's not an indicator of looseness. Now, we have observed this development in Iran during the Mahsa Amini protests, and we're coming to the anniversary of the murder of Mahsa Amini in Iran. The quite encouraging development that followed Mahsa Amini's tragic death is that the demonstrations took place, demonstrations against the Ayatollahs and in favor of giving women the freedom to veil. They occurred not just in areas of Iran or in cities of Iran that are particularly liberal or particularly westernized, but also in very conservative areas where that have heavily supported the regime, like Qom, the religious center of Iran, the holy city of Qom. There were demonstrations there, and conservative women wearing veils, not just abiding in ways that were to keep the morality police off their backs, and for that it's sufficient in Iran to cover most of your hair, but even if some of it is showing, you can get by. But women who who wore scarves that completely hid their hair, that were quite tight to make sure that none of the hair would slip out. They are women that who would continue to veil if the freedom to decide was given to women, and who would do so because they believe that female modesty is a requirement of the religion. They would do it out of piety, but at the same time, they recognize that this should come from within the woman, and each woman should be free to interpret Islam as they wish. This is quite significant, because this is a constituency that is not rejecting traditional Islam, but it is calling for the freedom to exit from it, from one interpretation of Islam, to let people define Islam differently. And so the Ayatollahs, the regime in place, managed to put down the Masa Amini demonstrations. Evidently, the protesters didn't achieve the critical mass necessary to stimulate a division within the regime, which will happen if enough people are demonstrating and they can hold out sufficiently long to paralyze the economy. Sooner or later, the regime will start splitting from within. So they didn't achieve that critical mass, but there is an indication that there is that potential in Iran, and that potential exists certainly in other countries. It exists in Turkey and Egypt and Saudi Arabia, where the shares of people who interpret Islam differently, who believe that Islam shouldn't be politicized, that this is rising. And what has happened in Iran could happen in these countries as well. So I think the potential is there. Now, how soon this will generate that will create a schism, a liberal schism within Islam, this cannot be predicted. My preference falsification book gives all the reasons why one cannot predict with any precision the collapse of a regime or a collapse of a social system. One can track through polls that give people anonymity, rising discontent, and certainly various polls, including polls that I cite that have been that were classified in Egypt, in Turkey, in some other countries, in Iran, that they show that discontent with Islam is rising, and that religiosity is falling, and that these are I think it's clear to me, at least, that there is the potential for an alternative variant of Islam that is sustainable, that breaks away from traditional Islam. This is there, but knowing that doesn't give us the ability to know when when it will happen. It's similar to the fall of communism. We knew that there was discontent, but communist system, the Soviet system, survived for many years, as the flaws of the Soviet economic system were becoming apparent, and discontent was rising, disillusionment with the system was rising. It fell apart in 1989 and generated the fall of communism and in the satellites. This wasn't inevitable. It could have gone on for another 10, 20 years. I think the same is true with Islam, and that the pessimists who say that Islam is a conservative religion, it can't change, I think they are missing the huge changes that have already taken place in Islam, the huge transformations, the marginalization of Islamic law. In many countries, its domain now is limited to family law and to the inheritance system, but it no longer plays a role in business. All sorts of Islamic institutions have been dismantled, including the Waqf, the Islamic Waqf. The changes that have taken place have been huge. Islam is not a static religion. Muslim societies have not been static over the past century. The interpretation of Islam has not been static, but in certain areas, changes have not occurred. But the fact that they haven't occurred doesn't mean that changes are not in store.
Fabulous. Let me ask you my penultimate question now. Like you, I found the Iran protests extremely inspiring. And obviously an assertive civil society is, the first step to a strong civil society. And as you point out, there is a virtuous cycle at the heart of, any liberalization, that you have a strong civil society and a constrained state, and the state gets more constrained and civil society gets stronger, and that's what we need. But the question is, how do we kick it off? How do we start? And an assertive civil society sometimes isn't enough, even if it appears to win. Like when the Arab Spring happened, you famously wrote about how it's not such a big deal, don't get too excited by it. In a similar vein, we can talk about the Soviet Union falling apart, but we've got Putin to deal with right now. So my penultimate question for you is really a two-part question, which is, when you look ahead to let's say the next 30 years, which is a small span of time for a historian like you, when we look forward to the next 30 years, what gives you hope and what gives you despair?
So I don't see any hope in the short run. I don't see any country in the Middle East transitioning to a stable, full-blown democracy. Even I don't think that this is realistic. Even in the countries that have had flawed democracies, but democracies nonetheless, Turkey, Tunisia would lead the list. I don't think it's possible, even there in the long run. Over the long run, I think I am hopeful, because civil society does exist, even though it is suppressed. It maintains an existence in social media. Governments have been unable to extinguish civil society, and so social media, they've been able to block demonstrations. Perhaps they've been able to lock up people who are leaders of civil society, like Osman Kavala in Turkey, on trumped up charges, or actually ridiculous charges, but civil society is still developing, and social media and various people are forming common cause. More people are buying into various causes. Liberal ideas are spreading. The need to constrain the government is spreading. So there is hope that this will eventually lead to liberalization. The reason I'm not hopeful in the short run is that the temptation, if there is an uprising somewhere that topples, let's say, the Erdogan regime in Turkey or the theocracy in Iran, the temptation to suppress the other side, which after all is quite organized, is going to be great. And there are lots of people who are not liberals in the sense that they want to replace the existing regime with a liberal order that would respect various freedoms, including free speech. They will see the possibility of a reversion, of a counter revolution, that will bring back the old regime, and they will see the way to prevent that is to lock up their adversaries and to establish all sorts of restrictions on their political participation, on their expression. And so I don't think, for that reason, that a quick transition is possible. Another factor is that we're right now in the 2020s, we're in a period when much of the world is undergoing what we might call deliberalization. That would include India, which was a shining example at one point of a relatively poor country that was nonetheless democratic and that respected various freedoms, but it includes many countries, including most of the countries in the West that are becoming less liberal and less supportive also of liberalization elsewhere. There's a sense that in Western capitals that the Middle East is just as authoritarian regimes, and they're going to be authoritarian for the foreseeable future, and you just have to deal with them. And not make it a major goal to promote human rights and human freedoms. And so I think it's an unfortunate time to be in a repressive part, in a repressed part of the world, because global public opinion isn't going to give you much support. And the leading countries of the world, the countries of the world that have stimulated so much change elsewhere, such as Britain, such as the United States and France, they themselves are becoming less liberal. And this, of course, gives autocrats or authoritarian-minded people in places like the Middle East and India an additional reason to promote authoritarian solutions. If even the West is moving away from liberalism and democracy, and if they're making exceptions to various human rights, if free speech is being denied there, if for one reason or another, there must be reasons, and the same reasons exist in our societies. So being a liberal, it's not a good time to be promoting liberal causes.
Well, thank you for that note of hope. It's often said of futurists, and I say of creators, that they tend to overestimate the short term and underestimate the long term. And you've not committed the risk of overestimating the short term, but I hope we are both underestimating the long run. Maybe, Keynes could have been right. In the long run, we are all free. So my final question for you, and I'm so grateful for your time. This has been just fantastic. My final question for you, for me and my listeners, give us a list of recommendations of books, movies, music, which you absolutely love and you love so much you want to share them with the whole world?
So, in terms of movies, I just happened to have seen Oppenheimer, which I highly recommend. And to anyone interested in preference falsification, it's a movie that gives an example of the McCarthyism in full swing, and so I recommend that as a movie. As long as I mention Oppenheimer, I might mention that I also went to see Barbie, not because I thought I would like it, not because it's a movie of the type that I would enjoy, but because it is a social phenomenon. More people went to see Barbie than Oppenheimer. Many people I respect thought that it was a very deep movie, so I went to see that as well. And I might as well point out that I did not particularly enjoy it. I would rather read books to learn more about the world. I think my time, the 2 hours I spent watching Barbie, would have been better spent reading a book. So in terms of books that I would want to put on people's radar. A book by Molly Green, or Margaret Green, called Censored. It is a book that came out several years ago, and it's about the new forms of censorship in the digital era. And it's quite different from censorship that occurred before the rise of social media. Governments can keep information, and big companies, can keep information from reaching the masses simply by changing the order in which they come up in searches, by tampering with AI algorithms. They can also kill information or make it inaccessible to people by flooding the social media with other information that will attract people's attention and effectively make information go away. And this is a book that focuses on China, but is about the way governments and big companies that are influenced, that influence what information we have access to, that they all use. And friction and filtering, I think, is what she uses, are techniques that amount to censorship, even though they would not fall under the rubric of censorship traditionally. So that is something I would want to put on people's radar screen. Works by Jim Scott. Know if you're familiar with them, The Art of Not Governing, for example, and he has the Hidden Transcript, I think, is another one of his works. He studies how people circumvent the state and state regulations and powerful actors. And I think that in an age when we are so much aware of the power of governments and the power of big corporations, and where there are efforts underway to control what big corporations are doing, including social media companies, I think it's worth being reminded of the limitations of their powers. So let me just leave you with these two ideas. We've gone on for many hours, and I don't want to tax your patience. It's late in India, and the patience of readers or listeners. any longer, but I've greatly enjoyed this conversation, and I deeply appreciate being invited to be on your on this show. It's truly an honor. I've listened to many of your shows, and you have great taste in selecting people, and to be included in that group is truly an honor for me. And I hope you will recognize that I am, or at least treat this as a reflection of my true feelings. That you will take this as a compliment and not as an expression of trying to make you feel good. I truly feel that you are doing a fantastic job with your podcasts, and I wish you lots of luck in the future. And I look forward to hearing, listening to your future shows.
Thank you so much, and
Thank
not for a moment did I doubt your sincerity, because I would never suspect you of preference falsification, and indeed I shall commit no preference falsification myself when I say that it's an honor and a thrill for me to have this conversation with you. I've enjoyed myself so much, and I'll enjoy, listening to this conversation and processing all the things that you said, because I just think I learned so much from it and will learn so much more. Thank you so much.
Thank you again, Amit. Bye-bye.
If you enjoyed listening to this conversation, check out the show notes, enter rabbit holes at will. I urge you, go to your nearest bookstore, online or offline, and pick up as many of his books as you can find. I particularly recommend Private Truths, Public Lies, The Long Divergence, and Freedoms Delayed. You can follow Timur on Twitter at Timur Kuran, that's one word. You can follow me on Twitter at Amit Varma, AMITVARMA. You can browse past episodes of The Seen and the Unseen at seenunseen.in. Thank you for listening. Did you enjoy this episode of The Seen and the Unseen? If so, would you like to support the production of the show? You can go over to seenunseen.in/support and contribute any amount you like to keep this podcast alive and kicking. Thank you.